True. Other people's toes. Mm. Could mean any time. Yes. No. I think it is actually. No, it's fucking huge. If you look at it, it's fucking huge. Yeah. Um, just FYI, guys, I am live. Just to let you know. But be right back.
Behind it. So what is their plan to move people from Squadron 42 to the Persistent Universe? If they announce Squadron 42 and they start publishing it, then people are going to go, oh, well, Star Citizen is a game I can play today that is Squadron 42, and at the current state of Star Citizen, is that going to, if people go into Star Citizen and go, oh, well, this isn't very good, I'm not going to buy. So do they need to release 1.0 of Star Citizen Persistent before they actually launch their major campaign?
I wouldn't say before, but I would say
it would help
alongside.
I was going to say, yeah, because if
probably...
people, I know I would. If I saw that and I started looking into it and I went to the Robert Space Industries and it says join and it was like coming in this time, but you can also play this universe, I would be like, oh, cool, I can go play the universe. And then if I walk in and I go, oh, wow, they showed a lot of promise in the game. And all I can say is there's been a lot of bad launches. We've talked about Cyberpunk, we've talked about others, where it didn't meet expectations from the hype. Mm-hmm. And so what I wouldn't want to see is that I really hope they nail it, because I rewatched that thing last night and I was like, man, if this is where we're going, I could play this for a very, very long time.
Here's the thing. I really don't think it's going to matter too much if they have a good launch or not, and here's why.
I would disagree.
Your player base for Star Citizen currently, as it is right now, is already massive.
Well, is it?
Yeah.
Because they've joined the universe. I know a lot of people have. Again,
No, the
have
current
left.
the current number of active players is huge.
What is there a place where you can see online today what the numbers are every day as they go up and down?
Not
I was
every,
thinking like Steam, Steam charts. If you go to Steam charts, you can see who's currently online.
not every day,
game.
but they have talked about
Not
it
every
in
day,
the
but
past. They have talked about it in the
Yeah,
past.
But is there a
it's
chart
in the tens of thousands, dude. It's in the tens of thousands.
Okay. Well, COD will go and it'll get 1 million players a day. So it's
Yeah.
like I'm trying to say. So it's like Destiny 2 is running 250,000 players online at any given point. So it would be really nice to know what the user base looks like on a day-to-day basis. I know there's a lot of contributors, a lot of individual people that have contributed. There's a lot of people that signed up for the universe. I think it's 4 million. But how many of those are? So it would be interesting to see how many are active, how many. So in the web, we can tell you how many unique visitors you have, how frequent, how new. Like I'm a new person, so how many new unique visitors are showing up every day? How long do they stick around? They know our accounts, so it'd be really interesting to see them from a business perspective. They were talking about they're not publicly traded, right?
No.
So they don't have to reveal any of this information. So if you're dealing with a big company, they reveal in their stockholder, shareholder meetings, we have this many users. This is the turnover rate. This is the, and they're showing, when we do this, we see it increase by this. And if they don't have to share any of that, then we don't get that insight. I would really like to see. If you're a fan and you enjoy it, you're going to play it. There are people that play games that are 20 years old and there's not a big player base, but the servers are up, or you could choose to privately host your own server and people enjoy it. But that's where I'm saying the launch does matter.
No, what I'm trying to say though,
yeah.
even if it does have a bad launch, the current players are going to know the difference. They're going to know what good the game is.
Well, I guess the thing is,
and they're not going to go away.
What I mean by a bad launch is not poor execution on marketing or anything like that. A bad launch in my mind is if it launches and it performs like it does today, and they say we're live prime time, and the desyncing and the
that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
that's what I'm telling you. The current people that are here aren't going to leave because they know what this thing is doing and what it's. I guess you could say
in alpha state, I get that. In alpha state, we're waiting for the big reveal for the we're looking for the destination, and we're enjoying the journey along the way.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying, dude. Listen to me. They know what it can already do at this state. It's good enough.
We've seen the previews. We've seen the demonstrations. We know what it's going to be like.
The future doesn't matter. What we already have is good enough.
Oh, well, see, that's where I would argue, no, it's not. It depends. I put up with it because I'm hoping that server meshing will fix some of these things. Like, for example, the desyncing is just terrible. There's, as far as there's not some of the worst AAA games that are really objectively
bad. You never saw 317.
Oh no!
No. You don't know what this. You don't know what this thing does when it works right.
But what I'm trying to say is right now, my only experience is this: if the game launched full on with this performance characteristic, it's not going to be received well.
And what I'm telling you is, there are enough of us around that saw 317 when this thing was fucking working butter fucking smooth. We know what this game can do.
Well, great. Then they got to deliver on that. So
and
you're
if
saying
if it comes down to nothing but that,
if they
never go back to that, that's what I'm saying. Is it will get back to that? Guaranteed.
That's a lot of faith.
No, it's not faith. It's not faith. It's I've fucking seen it.
No, so what happened? Okay,
calm down. and we're having a calm conversation, and I'm saying I want to see it be successful. I'm just talking about the fact that the way the gaming industry as a whole and the gaming population as a whole is, if they want to be successful, I didn't see it in 317. I didn't see it in 318. I didn't see it in 319. I've only seen 320, and I only have this experience. Okay, so if you're going to get a million new users or a bunch of new people in, and I've seen the YouTube videos of those who have said they've given up. Okay, they're like, look, we've waited. It gets good, it gets bad, it gets good. Then I hear, be patient. New releases are always that way. You know, when they release this, it's dog shit for the first 2 patches until they fix it. And I was like, okay, that's great. It's alpha. It's to be expected. You know, I'm okay with that. You know, what I'm getting at is when they get to prime time, where they say we've cut, we're real, it's launched, it's up, it's full service. If they will no longer be able to, oops, we wiped you, it's alpha. They can't. Not all the disclaimers they have today, they can't do that. So, because if they launch, they're going to end up with millions. They're going to end up with lawsuits like Cyberpunk, where people were a class action to get their money back.
So, all right.
Okay, can I talk now? Can I talk now, please, without being interrupted?
Can I? Hang on. Okay. Let me.
No, gamers, just shut up a minute. Okay, like I've been trying to say from the get-go, with the way it was in 317, it was butter smooth. Okay? Yeah, there were still some issues, minor bugs, but it was great then. As it's been said, you add things, it goes to shit, and we'll come back. Okay. So, let's say we get down to the end. Okay? We're in the final pre-launch stage. Everything is working great, because you know they aren't going to fucking launch this thing before everything's working good.
I can't say that. A lot of companies, you assume that, and it doesn't pan out to be that way. The CD Projekt Red, one of the biggest studios with The Witcher and all the big success, they released a dog shit game on you know, and everybody's like, nobody thought that CD Projekt Red released Cyberpunk the way they did. I'm trying to say you can't assume anything. But okay.
Can I say something?
Granted, okay, let's assume it's doing that. Okay.
First off, let's take a step back. Every single PTU run that they have had has been working great when it went to live. And when it went to live, it broke. They're pretty good about holding it in the testing phase until it's working good in that phase. Now, yeah, they do tend to break when they cross over. So, I gotta admit, you get to the final stage before launch, I'm expecting it to be working great, and at launch, break a little bit. But CIG is also good about wait a couple of patches, and they get shit fixed pretty quick.
Can I say something now? Like I've been trying for 5 minutes.
No.
So let me. All right. So Scorpion, I could probably explain this better. I understand what you're saying, and I understand what Moon is saying, and you guys are saying the same thing, but you're not understanding each other. So imagine Scorpion with the stability of the servers and the stability of the game is on a scale of 1 to 10. When it was 3.17.4 or whatever the patch was, the stability of the game and everything, the game playability and everything was up around 9 or so. And then we got server meshing that came in, persistent entity streaming that came in with 3.18, and that 9 dropped down to about a 4. Now with 3.19, that 4 is now a 6, and 3.20 we're still sitting around a 7 or whatever. What's happened is because of that core tech that has literally affected everything in the universe, from how we call our ships to how we hold our backpacks to everything. Everything was affected by that bring in of that core tech. It takes CIG a couple of patches to get that bugs, those fixes back through, because there's things that they can't test when they're doing the PTU because it's not a wide scale test. right? As much as everybody says, "Oh, I like to play the PTU," fact of the matter is, bugger all people actually play it. Most people just stick on live. So what Moon is saying is that at 317.4 or whatever it was when you weren't here, it was a 9 or a 10 out of 10 for stability. And after a few patches, we're getting up to 3.2, 3.21 now. We're getting back to where we were with the 317.4. So you don't have to worry necessarily about them launching with the state of the game at 318, because that was just an outlier. Normally, the patches and the stability is a lot higher. It's just that core tech basically fucked everything. Does that answer your question?
No, I was just making the point that I've tried to get back to where I wanted to go is, what do you think they're going to talk about today? What would be the question I would like to understand is, what do they plan the state of the game to be in before they announce Squadron 42? Because, like I said, it all looks really cool. Will they have outposts in? Will they have fauna in? Will the persistent universe be available in its full released state before or at the same time as Squadron 42? It was a conjecture talk, because I will hold my ground and say that a bad launch is bad for any game maker, anybody.
Yes.
And what means a bad launch? You're always going to have your fans that see through and enjoy it for what it is. I'm not arguing that at all. But I'm just saying, from public perception, and people might say public perception be damned. That's okay. I'm just saying, as a company and as a money-making opportunity, they're going to do a lot better. We're going to get a lot more if it actually has a solid public launch and
100%.
gains millions of new people than if it doesn't. That's why I'm saying they got to stick this landing like a gymnast.
Yes.
And all I'm trying to get at is, yeah, I agree with that. But all I'm trying to say is, even if they have a bad launch, there are enough strong, solid
like I said, you're going to have your fans. You're going to have your fans that stick with it. I get it. I'm not arguing that at all.
Star Citizen isn't going anywhere.
I'm not arguing that it won't. Okay, people thought that the way Cyberpunk launched was going to shudder. But CD Projekt Red stayed with it, and they fixed it, and they fought, and now they're basically being considered, with the launch of 2.0 and Phantom Liberty, probably the game of the decade. It's like, but they stayed with it. Yeah.
One thing you're not really looking at, because you don't know about it, is the Chris Roberts factor. Chris Roberts isn't like the CEOs of the other companies. If the shit's not ready, he's not going to let it launch. He will tell everybody to go fuck themselves.
True story, too.
And not only that, but also CIG doesn't have... Obviously, CD Projekt Red is a little different, but with, like, for example, Starfield or Diablo or all these AAA games, they all have major publishers. They're loyal and they're abiding to those publishers.
They're publicly trading companies. They have stockholders. Yes. They have a whole, like I said, if this is privately owned and operated, they have a whole different level of constraints.
Let me finish before interrupting. What I was going to say was, at the end of the day, Chris doesn't have to sit there and say, we have, like, for example, Elite Dangerous, right? That last patch that came out, Odyssey. The reason it launched, well, people suspect the reason it did, was because they had to get it out before the end of the financial year. Because of shareholders and because of stuff like that. CIG doesn't have that problem. So, Moon is right. If Chris doesn't think it's not ready, it's not coming out.
There has been many times over, and this is one thing people bitch about Chris Roberts for, is Chris Roberts will come out and say, oh, you're going to get this within the next 6 months. You don't get it until 3 years later, because God damn it, shit happened and it didn't get ready.
Like, there was the 2.0 patch was delayed 12 months because it wasn't ready. They're not afraid to sit there and say, well, hey, no, we're not launching because this is not ready. Now, obviously...
you might hear people say, "Oh, marketing's pushing this and this and this with all the ship sales and stuff," and yeah, they kind of do. But when it comes to the overall game itself, nobody does jack shit without the thumbs up from Chris.
Yeah. Like, one of the biggest complaints about Chris from outside sources is that he micromanages everything. Yeah. Which is ironic, because they're also the same people that complain because the game is not out yet, because it's of him micromanaging, because he hasn't launched the game because it wasn't ready. But then they're also the same people that shit on it when it does fuck up and it's not ready. So, look, at the end of the day, I agree with you 100%. The game needs to stick to landing. Because if it doesn't, there are going to be a whole bunch of the people in the mainstream media that tear it to shreds. People in the mainstream media are looking... Hang on, let me finish, bro. Are looking for an excuse to tear this game apart. So, at the end of the day, you're 100% right. It does need to stick.
We all want the player base to grow. We don't want the player base to be stagnant and stay where it is, even though we know at the level it is, it'll still succeed on its own merit. But, yeah, if we can get the player base to grow, that's just that much better.
We'll see. We'll see what happens in today and the presentations. We have a fair idea with the presentations of what they're showing because of the schedule. Obviously we still want to like to hear about Squadron 42. And this is the thing too, like at the end of the day, Squadron 42, from what we're hearing or what we're guessing, is about 12 months out. Now, this is also the thing I was saying it to Halo earlier, that at the end of the day, one thing that we all have to remember too, a lot of these teams that were working on Squadron 42 are now feature complete. They're coming off Squadron 42 and they're going to be working on the PU. So as fast as things are on the PU right now, you can imagine they're going to speed up. They're going to ramp up quite substantially.
And on top of that, one thing that that tech video at the very beginning showed, one thing people like Sliver and I saw, is there is a lot of stuff that has been ready to go and put into the game that they've been holding on to just because they're waiting for Squadron 42.
Well, we're not even just waiting for Squadron 42, but also waiting for CitizenCon too.
Well, that too, but
like we've been
a
hearing...
lot of this stuff has been done for
months.
A little while.
Yeah.
Well, not just months. Some of it's been done for a couple of years.
The animals, the fauna, the cows and the stuff that in the space whales, they've been done for about 2 months now. We know because of the report that came out and said that they were doing the animations for the animals and stuff like that. Look, they could probably still add more stuff to it, but they were talking about adding minables to the space whales so that you actually jump on the space whales and harvest them. Harvest like the minables off their backs and stuff, and then get off before they go into the gas cloud. But at the end of the day, we're starting to see the actual life in the universe, and But here's another thing too. I caution everybody to remember: Star Citizen will never be fully completed.
No.
It's going to be World of Warcraft. There's going to be a patch every 3, 6, or 12 months, whatever it may be, that comes out that basically does a massive content drop. And they're going to do that. And for the next 20 years, we're going to be having that. We're going to be having content drops every 3, 6, 12 months. So, at the end of the day, the people that sit there and go like, well, when is the game coming out? It's like, well, it's never going to be officially out. Because at the end of the day, we're going to get massive content. Yeah.
Well, and after all, Squadron 42 is not the end of the line.
No. There's another 2 campaigns after Squadron 42. Squadron 42 is just Chapter 1. There's another 2 chapters.
There's 2 more games coming.
Yeah.
And they're all going to be through the PU. Just like Squadron 42 was.
Yeah.
So, I mean... Yeah, they're still going to be doing this shit when our grandkids are sitting here playing computer games.
It's got to be like World of Warcraft, yeah. Twitch. We still don't.
That's the only. Right now, we're just needing to get it
Yes, special.
to where when Squadron 42 launches, its PU's a comparable state.
Like, if we got everything that was in that tech demo yesterday, I'll be happy as pig and shit.
Hell, if we get half of what was in that tech demo,
Yeah.
just give me the fucking star map. Give me the star map and the shit tied to it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think that's still probably another 6 to 9 to 12 months out, because they were talking about adding like the search feature and stuff still. So I don't think that's as ready as what we thought
Yeah.
it was going to be. But
I don't know. Adding a search feature depends
Yeah.
on how far along they are.
yeah, maybe.
I mean, they've already got the list and everything compiled. They just need to add the little search feature in.
What the fuck is happening with my? Ah, got it.
And they adding the search feature to the store shops really didn't take them too long.
No.
Is why I'm saying that.
Star Citizen just went live, everybody, by the way.
Yeah, I'm working on getting it up.
Hey guys,
Hey, ferrets.
CIG went live.
Yep, we know.
Somebody wasn't listening.
No,
someone was
I wasn't
muted.
muted.
He was muted.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say long up before you guys pretty much went into details for the last 30 minutes was, if Squadron 42 comes out next year,
Mm.
and we also get a pyro and everything else, I might not enter a pyro until I get my like Idris.
Mm.
Well, they've already said Idris is coming with Squadron 42.
Right, but we don't know when Squadron 42 is
Fez,
coming.
Fez,
And
Fez, you're
What?
not gonna not go into pyro, bro. Come on.
Nah, you're gonna go into pyro.
You're going to be messaging me at like 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, going, bro, pyro's just dropped.
Because don't forget, pyro is actually hitting the beginning of its PTU run Tuesday.
Yeah. I'm expecting a message somewhere time after Tuesday of a little ferrets making happy ferret noises saying, my God, I'm in pyro.
so they did say select people will get access.
Which is why I said sometime
To pyro.
after Tuesday. Depending on when you get access.
What about if I just choose to not go into pyro until the Idris?
Okay.
We're saying that ain't gonna happen.
Okay, ferrets. I will make a bet with you that you do.
That's going to be one hard bet.
Alright, here's the thing. If you don't go into pyro until you get your Idris, I will put up a video on my YouTube channel saying that ferrets is a god. And that everybody has to bow and worship the ferret. Right? But, on the other hand, if you step 1 foot into pyro before you get your Idris, you have to upload a video and I'll get you to record it and I'll upload it to my channel, claiming that I'm a god and everybody should bow and worship me.
No, sorry.
It's funny how he's not so confident anymore, isn't he? Be right back.
And Scorpion?
Hmm. Yes.
I just kind of want to be clear. Please understand difference between passion and being upset. I wasn't upset. I'm just
I didn't
passionate.
say that.
Okay. A lot of people misinterpret me sometimes when I get that excited, that hyped.
You know, I've been looking for a company that's dedicated the way you claim. Everybody claims to be there. So I'm skeptical because I've had my dreams dashed and bashed into the ground too many times. Too many really great games. And have a lot of really good promise. And,
Trust me, we're all there.
I've been doing this for 25 years and watching things come and go. And the expectations keep getting higher and higher because of technical advancements. And when it looks like they have an amazing thing going, they seem to drop the ball. And it's like, and so all I can say is, if he micromanages, he holds the ball, it's my baby, if for whatever reason he breaks that trust, that's going to be a hard day for Star Citizenship.
Yep.
Well, right now, people like
especially considering the fact that that's the way he's run this thing for well over 10 years now.
Well, exactly. Break that trust. That's why I think the launch is important, because this is his debut into a much bigger scene. And if it pays off, then you may see other companies go, wow, not only did they build the engine, and yes, it took time, but they actually, wow, it might have an industry-changing effect, which would be very positive. The industry needs
In a way, I
a
hope
change. Well, I don't know why. Many games, all kinds of games, stories out there like this. Why would
mainly because what has kept this going, what has kept it alive, is constant ship sales.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, if there's an advancement in technology and kind of practice in movie making, why would we want more studios to create all kinds of very easy? Like, if Unreal Engine, which is amazing graphics, was solely focused and only impacted one game, it wouldn't set the bar high across where everybody's chasing. Everybody's chasing the graphics itself. Saying if Chris Roberts is successful, the gaming industry is successful. I think it'll be good for everyone.
Yeah.
Because,
and I agree, I disagree with that. All I'm trying to say is, I hope companies don't start saying, okay, let's take 15, 20 years and do big, huge sales 2, 3, 4 times a year to finance it.
No, he built something from nothing. And what you can make the case big, hundreds of dollars, big backers. I mean, I don't know how many developers did they start with. And then if you look at where they are today, you had to go from very. I've been in startups where I was developer number 17 for a company that later sold for $8 billion. Okay, Okay,
Yeah.
so I've seen the transformation of companies that go from 4 or 5 visionaries to over 1,000 people and make a big difference. A lot of the big organizations, they can't comprehend how to do that, and that's how the small startups, come in from underneath. So if Roberts is really doing the underdog move where he's going to come up, he's the entrepreneur, he's the visionary, it's actually likely not going to get replicated because very few companies that are big and have a lot of money actually understand the secret sauce behind what Roberts did. So, do I think he's going to have that kind of impact? No. I'm actually more helpful that he's built an engine and tools that other content creators, a game can use to, kind of like Unreal Engine, where that, enable people who, indies that want to build something big and vast, and they can license and leverage your platform. That would be cool.
Oh yeah, and see that's also part of the reason why this is taking so long is because not only are they building the engine, they've had to build all the tools to create the engine and work with it. And so I understand where you're going. We want the engine to do good and sell and become the next Unreal. Yes, that's what we want. What we don't want is for all the other companies to do what Chris did and start from the ground up and take 10, 20 years. And
I get you.
Okay, I need to get off my damn machine.
Alright, I'm back. Okay, guys, I'm back.
Alright, give me just 1 second here. I gotta put a stupid mask on real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm back.
What did you say the names of the missions are that are about upping your level on the bounties? You said there was a way that I could identify it. To go from
look in
certification.
Could be, but look, what you want to do is look in the description for each one of them. And you should see something like let's see, you've already done your MRT, so you should have an HRT in brackets. You should have HRT or VHRT or ERT in brackets somewhere in the description.
Okay, then that's the next level. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Also, look at if it gives you a name for a target.
Okay.
If it has a space in the name anywhere, it is an NPC, and that's where you're wanting to go. If it has no space whatsoever, then it's a player.
Okay.
All the ones that are sending you after players will have the player name in the description.
Gotcha.
So just if it has a player name, just ignore it if you're not wanting to go PvP.
Yeah, no, not really.
The only other thing to watch for on the NPCs is make sure it has the HRT, VHRT, MRT, stuff like that, or else it's probably going to be a ground mission, and I don't think you're wanting them.
Not right now. Not if we're going to do the things that Pagan was talking about.
Yeah.
So.
And ignore the one that says ?RT.
Really? What's that?
It's ground, I think.
Okay.
if I remember right. But yeah, you're wanting ones that specifically say like HRT, VHRT. Oh crap! Got my damn timer. And the levels are very low, low, medium, high, very high, and extreme.
Okay. So I'm in the middle now. And what?
Yeah.
What? And he wanted to do the very high. Is that when you get the big ship?
Very high and extreme, yeah. Extreme will give you the big shit like Idris and stuff. Idris hammerheads.
So those are the ones that you're gonna want to go in with, like a retaliator or something with some big power.
Yeah.
Otherwise, somebody said what they call it. They called them tickle cannons. If you go in with tickle cannons, you'll be doing it all night long. Just keep tickling at them.
Which you can do.
Will you eventually wear it down?
We have had there's been an Idris blown up by
Arrow.
Aurora. An Aurora's blown up in Idris.
Was it Aurora or an arrow?
There was an Aurora that blew up in Idris.
Oh.
Well, that would have taken a lot of patience, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have been able to hit him, not very easily, because he's mobile.
Mm-hmm.
But an Idris. So there's actually Idrises that are NPCs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they're already in game.
And the Idris, is that the one with the big railgun thingy on the front?
Yes.
Yes.
Stay away from the front end.
You can also technically hijack it.
It has teeth, basically. Stay away from the bitey end.
Yes.
Does it have? Do any of these ships have? How do I say it? Auto turrets. I mean, can you get a ship with auto turrets like yourself?
Legitimately, no. But
Not yet.
yeah, they are planning on bringing that in. But there are ways of hijacking the Hammerhead, which is a NPC Hammerhead. And if you hijack that, the crew will actually stay in the Hammerhead's turrets and will actually fire at things for you. But that's sort of like a glitchy way of doing it.
You see, we're supposed to get eventually. We're supposed to get what's called blades. They're like computer cards. You shove into the computer, and it takes over that station.
Okay.
And lets the computer control that station for you, like an NPC.
Okay.
But again, that's something that's been put on the back burner because, well, other more important things in the work.
Sure.
Like my Polaris and my Idris. No? Okay.
And what's the Polaris do? What kind
Blow
of
up
ship
the
is it?
Idris, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the one with the big torpedoes?
Yep.
It's basically Star Citizen's submarine.
Damn.
Yeah, when you saw the Idris blow up yesterday, and you heard sounding like a crying ferret noise, that was the Polaris blowing up the Idris.
That was a gamers getting nuked on by me.
I believe you're the one that's going to be the Idris, and
Oh, that's okay. Just wait until he gets
Well,
to see the javelin.
I think that's a future challenge. What, you guys go up against each other, one in an Idris, one in a Polaris.
John,
Let's see
I
what
think John
happens.
has a Polaris, doesn't he? To be
It
honest, we
sounds
can't.
like there's
To be honest, we can't.
definitely.
Sorry, I was going to say. To be honest, we can't really blow up Ferretz's Idris because we need it for filming. So we have to be nice to him.
Oh, we can blow it up. We'll just claim it.
Just claim it. Yeah, I'd like to see a battle. You know, when a bunch of us get out and go do spectator mode and watch from the outside. Yeah.
I imagine there will be YouTube videos normally with probably Burks or someone where they have gone and they will blow up one of the Idrises with the whole fleet.
Yeah,
For what?
mini Idris will fall.
Yeah, like they're already blowing them up already, so you know they're getting quite
Yeah.
persistent and
Yeah.
quite good at blowing them up.
Yeah. Like I said, if the Idris impresses you, you really need to just look at the Javelin.
I've not seen that one yet either. So
Biggest ship in the game.
is it?
Well, except for
Is there a place to go see it in the game?
Not
IAE
in game, I don't think.
Fleet Week.
Yeah,
that Fleet Week?
Fleet Week.
What's Fleet Week?
Fleet Week is a time in May where it's like celebrates all the servicemen in game lore who have joined the UEE and have passed their graduation. And basically, it's a military parade for like a week in game where you actually see.
Let's put it this way: the Javelin is to Star Citizen what the U.S. aircraft carrier is to the modern Navy.
Gotcha.
So on Fleet Week, since the Javelin is a unfinished ship at this point, on Fleet Week they actually have a version of the ship in game that does function somewhat, and it will tour the L1 checkpoints, crew L1, her L1.
You can go fly around it and look at it.
Oh no!
You can't fly around it, but it will dock at each station, and while it's docked, they give guided tours through the finished portions of the ship, so you can get a look at where they're at. And
So the interiors too, huh?
Oh yeah.
they're working on interior right now, yeah.
Cool.
And when it's coming in, you can take your ship out and fly around it as it's flying in and docking. It's fucking awesome looking.
And if you get really, really stupid and fire upon it, you can get blown up by it.
Oh,
Oh, it will defend itself. Is what you're saying?
It will annihilate you. It doesn't fuck around.
Yeah, no, it's... Yeah, there was a guy that accidentally fired upon it in like an Aurora, and I think he lasted all of about 2 seconds.
Yeah, but yeah, during Fleet Week, it'll go around, it'll hit the stations, you can walk all through it, through the finished sections. They'll have NPCs on board that will actually have dialogue to talk about it and where they're at and what's going on.
Cool.
Yeah, it's quite the show.
So...
And I wonder,
I am posting in the
I
chat.
bet you can find a
Already done it.
Javelin
Room.
tour video.
So that's the actual trailer for it. It's in CitizenCon viewing channel room.
Okay.
Actually, that's the old one too. There's another one here. There's that
Yeah,
one.
somebody was showing me a video a long time ago. I think it must have been the Javelin then, because they said, "Oh, and then there's ships that make the Javelin look tiny."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but it was a bigger ship than the Javelin.
There
And then they showed all the.
Yeah, there is one ship that is bigger than the Javelin. It's called the the Retribution.
The Bengal.
Yeah, Bengal carrier. It's the Retribution. She is absolutely massive. She's almost as big as a King ship.
Yeah, but you can't buy a Bengal.
No.
No, what I was saying is they said this guy was talking about how at some point in the future state of the game, it's the kind of ship that an org would own.
Yep.
That could actually launch javelins. I was like, what? That's big.
No, there's no
No.
ship that could actually launch javelins.
No, like
Gotcha.
I said, the Javelin is the biggest ship we're going to be able to own. The Bengal carrier might be bigger, but we can't own it. That's an NPC only, and it will do a tour or two.
So you will be able to find a Bengal derelicts throughout the universe and repair them. It's just the only downside is the Bengal is one of the ships that remains on the server 24/7.
Yep. So you're going to need someone to stay on board the whole time and to defend it because other people will try and steal it.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Unless you find some obscure airspace away from everybody else and hide it. But good luck.
There's always going to be that one person that will randomly find it, and he will be like, "I wonder if I can take this ship all on my own," and somehow he ends up doing it, and you don't log in, and you're like, "Where's my carrier?"
Mm.
There's always that one random ass idiot that just happens to pull the stupidest thing off.
And we're in the chat with him right now. Come on, Ferrets.
Man, Moon, come on, Moon.
No,
You
no,
wouldn't
Ferrets.
do that to me.
Ferrets, admit you would try and steal it. Come on, I would try and
What?
steal it, bro.
Well, happy for Citizen Con, yes, I would. But after hearing what they plan on doing with multi-crews and larger ships, it's going to be damn near impossible to do that.
Yeah, Javelin alone is probably going to take 10, 15 people.
Javelin's recommended crew count is 80 people.
Max is 80,
okay.
I believe. Max is 80.
So 30?
Depends on how many turrets and stuff you want armed, I suppose. That's the biggest expense.
I'm thinking skeleton crew just to transport the thing from point A to point B.
So obviously you would need a bridge, a crew of like maybe 5 people. Engineering, probably another 3 people to be safe.
Bridge, you could probably get away with 2 or 3.
I would feel safer with 5.
Yeah, we're talking about skeleton crew here, though, right?
Yeah, that would be skeletonish crew, because you would want to mainly focus on like engineers because they are the only people who will be able to get your ship up and running and keep it running.
Yeah. Oh, the A1's nice.
What?
The A1.
Oh, you're just now checking it out?
Yeah, I actually, funny enough, didn't have access to it until today for some reason. But
did you buy the Zeus or
yes.
Zeus?
Yes.
Well, then there you go.
But I also own the C1, which should have given me the A1.
I don't know. I don't remember what the loaner for the C1 is.
So are they supposed to be starting here in a few minutes?
12:30 our time, I'm guessing, is going to be pre-show, and real shit starts at 1 o'clock our time. They've already got the countdown shit going.
Countdown shit? What? No, I've just got CitizenCon.
The Citizen, Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's
yeah,
what they
yeah,
called
yeah.
the countdown yesterday.
Yeah, they were doing.
It was
Mic
just the
check.
CitizenCon logo with the asteroids.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I thought I was bugging for a second.
They called it the countdown. So I've just been calling it the countdown.
There was a mic
Good
check
enough
a
for
moment
them.
ago.
Time to shut these guys up. Starting to get too many different things going here. I've got Star Citizen going. I got Salty Mike going. I got CitizenCon going. I got you guys going.
So Salty Mike, is he just a? Does it mean he's just always picky, or I?
Always salty.
He's salty.
Hey guys.
So
what's
that's
up?
his shtick, huh?
Hey, John, how
Yeah.
are you, buddy?
Pretty good.
I was
Why did
wondering
I
where you
not
were.
hear him come in? Jesus Christ.
Oh, I went to get dinner, or yeah, dinner. So I noticed something last night. I was scrolling through YouTube a bit.
Guys, we're
I
live.
saw a thumbnail with Salty Mike in it, and he was smiling.
Oh, wow.
That's
scary,
It's
isn't
like,
it?
yeah, for once he doesn't look like he's got a 20-foot pole shoved up his ass.
We're on.
And we're live.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Woohoo!
So they haven't really started with any of the panels, have they?
Where's Sandworm?
Oh god, the sandworm.
Wonder if hacking.
That sounds like Squadron 42 right there.
Yeah,
Mm.
when he said Chris Roberts, I was like, Squadron 42.
Hopefully.
With everything with all the hints they've been dropping lately, I find it hard to believe that there isn't going to be a Squadron 42 announcement.
If there's no Squadron 42 announcement, then I will eat a third sock.
Oh boy.
All I can say is, after the show yesterday, I went to. After the show yesterday, I went to the store and bought me a whole brand new pack of new underwear. So I hope I have enough for the day.
Yeah, I kind of hope there's no more really good ships today because I need to start not spending money.
If there's more ships, I'm gonna have to start melting ships because I don't have enough store credit now. Operation.
Somebody commented pirate bait.
Pirate bait. Oh man.
Yeah.
the Bengal. I want. Oh, you got a good voice.
Yeah, it's better than I've been singing. Wow, this will be the first time CIG is actually early for something.
I know, right?
Mm.
No T-posing?
I think everyone's a bit wore out from yesterday.
Mm.
T-posing
Yeah, too
is
much
hard
T-posing
work.
yesterday.
Mm-hmm. The servers are much more relaxed right now.
I noticed they haven't been doing much with the streamers this year. That, I must admit, is surprising. I thought that they might have talked to morphologists and those sort of guys that are actually there at the moment, Space Tomato
Yeah,
and
more
stuff.
level cap, all them.
They've
Yeah.
already gave them F8s.
Well, they didn't give them to them; they got them. Yeah. But I'm not complaining. I think it's a good thing they're not just focusing on the streamers. But I am surprised.
Yeah.
I thought they would have, for the streamers at
Oh,
least.
T-pose.
Yeah,
No, there's one.
there's always one. I'm surprised more people aren't in Discord at the moment.
Yeah. Who was the one who bitched about this song yesterday? Was that Pagan?
Yeah.
Or was that Moon?
No, I
Oh,
think
it
it
wasn't
was,
me.
No, I think it was Pagan said he heard it a few times, and I think a few others were saying they heard it a few times.
Yeah.
I know Pagan's over with Scarred today.
So what?
Pagan's with Scarred. They're doing their own
Live stream?
their own show.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there was a bit too many people in here yesterday, where we were kind of talking over each other and stuff. And I mean, with the thing is with Citizen Cons is us being in here, talking and stuff is half of it for me.
Yeah, I would like to hear what they're saying, and there was a few times yesterday when we couldn't hear what they were saying because people were talking.
Yeah, that's why I ended up turning Discord down. I can still hear you, but I could hear them over it.
But I don't mind if people are talking about the panels or what they're saying, but there are a few times that people are just talking about utter shit and.
Mm-hmm. GCon 2953.
Yeah, we got 4, 6, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I might get something to eat while we wait. Be right back.
All right.
Why the fuck is there a guy in a onesie that's dressed like a frog?
Why
Sure,
is
it's a frog. It looks like a Care Bear to me.
it's one of those Care Bears? Yeah. Why was he staring intently into the camera? Oh, here we go.
Because he
God
wants
damn
you,
it.
Ferret. He wants to take you home and turn you into a naughty little girl.
Yep, this is.
Where's my backspace button?
Barrett's, this is CheekCon 2953.
Yeah, you were.
You
You
want
were.
them cheeks.
You were very, very interested in those cheek animations yesterday, Ferrets. Do we need to worry about you, bro? Or you're right?
I think we need to worry.
What are you
about
talking about?
Well, you're going on about the cheeks
Yep.
a lot. That's all.
Star Cheeks? Yeah. That's valid gameplay.
All right, just making sure, like if we need to have a chat.
CIG said that was valid gameplay, alright?
Look, regardless of your preferences, Ferrets, you'll always be a friend of us. If you want to sit there and stare at cheeks, then God damn it! Hang on. The fucking alarm just goes off.
Way to go off, gamers.
There we go. Sean Tracy, that'd be interesting. Well, that's been updated. That looks really good.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like that. town drunk.
She looks fun.
Damn, bro, those hips, though. Need to stick wide light on those. That's the helmet from the goodies bag.
What's up with the music selection?
Hmm. Oh,
It's all
wow.
very ominous. Oh,
That is
shit.
nice.
Hmm.
That's interesting.
God damn it, I'm going to have to redesign the fucking website again.
Star pouch 2953.
The Cold's missing a hood, but yeah.
Also gives CIG a whole bunch of new stuff to sell.
Yeah.
Yay.
Nice.
Tattoos look good.
Yeah.
Down, ferrets, down. She is kind of hot, though. I will admit, he is right. They look good. What's it say? Burn before buried.
The burn before betrayal. Interesting.
Looks good.
Yeah.
I like the sleeves.
I like the design of that suit, though.
I'd like the helmet.
Yeah, the helmet's pretty
I'll
cool.
pass on it, but it's not my thing. I don't like the mohawk.
It almost reminds me of like one of those Roman almost. our cheeks.
No.
Ferrets? Down boy.
Pretty sure that's not even a girl.
I'm just talking about the cheek spot.
Oh. Oh, dusters.
I think they're Stanton dusters.
The 2024 CitizenCon confirmed. Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Oh, the rare epic looks alright.
I want
really
the
like
legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is looking really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, you'll have like combat medium, combat light.
I like that armor.
Mm.
That armor looks nice.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Shower gameplay confirmed.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What about a lake?
So, we're gonna take showers and start doing laundry now.
Mm-hmm. What about if you jump into a river? Does that help?
All right.
Their armor looks good.
It does look cool.
I think they're Stanton.
Why not Pyro?
No, I think these dusters are Stanton, actually. I was looking into them for the machinima.
I mean, they could be theoretically in both, right?
Yeah.
So. That lighting too, though. Shit.
Road tracing.
Yeah.
It does make a difference.
Hell yeah, it does.
Look at all those rookies.
Occasion Darth Vader.
Yep, there you go.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
But they will be.
Oh.
About available when?
Q4 this year. Next patch.
Nice.
2022. 3.22, sorry.
Starcloth.
I'd like the trench coat.
Idris Hangar Bay, I think.
It is,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Down ferrets.
Idris hallway.
Mm.
Why are they teasing the Idris like this? Hey, that's a
Down.
bishop.
Yeah.
That's Bishop.
Hey.
Why are you guys teasing us so much like this? Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. That's the scene that we knew. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that fire, though.
Holy shit. That's looking good.
You bastard! You bastard!
Holy fuck.
have no idea what he's talking about, but okay.
I do. Oh, fuck off. Really?
That's some good wind.
Look at the cloth moving, though. Yeah.
Yay, hair!
Yeah. Let me guess. New character hairs coming in 3.22.
Probably. The first one looks really cute.
Damn ferrets.
I'm just saying, she's cute.
Nice. Did you catch that? Game ready.
Hmm.
Barbershop incoming.
Shit. Around 7 times faster.
Yeah, she's cute.
There's some jokes I want to make, but I can't make much. Melanin.
Somebody like the redhead.
Mm. Redheads are more fun in bed.
Mm.
Nice.
Mm.
Some people really like redheads.
Mm.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
God, we're gonna have a bunch of purple hair people running around in fucking Star Citizen.
Yeah, we are.
There's enough of them in real life.
Oh,
wow,
nice
look at that.
highlights, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Ooh, she's cute.
Ferris, you need to get laid more often, bro.
Nice hair.
Oh yeah. Ed, look at the beard.
I didn't see the beard. God damn it.
Stubble on the face.
Mm-hmm. Got a good 5 o'clock shadow going there.
Mm-hmm.
I see the beard now.
Mm. Yes, Ferris, she's cute too.
Okay, I wasn't really gonna say anything, but okay, fine. You're just you're just waiting for the Chinese girls, aren't you?
Well, to be honest, I'd probably do her too, but you know.
That hair is really not bad.
No. Yeah, where's my Asian girls been represented here?
Huh?
Where's my Asian girls needing some representation here?
Thought CIG was diverse.
I'm surprised that nobody is like, where's my black girls?
Ooh,
Oh, he has a lot of scars on his face, don't he?
Yeah,
Scarface.
noticing that. It's looking a lot better than it was, that's for sure.
fuck yeah, it is. Star Karen.
God, that's a Karen.
Yeah, there's a lot of white citizen and shit going through several chats.
Oh, yeah.
Karen.
I can't make the jokes I want to.
just saying yesterday about Star Citizen becoming outdated before it was released? Can we finally put that to fucking bed now?
No, apparently not.
Welcome to Hair Citizen, everyone.
Star hair.
Star here 2953.
And we shall have a guest appearance from Karen, and she wants to speak to your captain.
Team manager.
There you go, guys. Dreadlocks.
Mm. Yeah, Twitch Pratico has dreads, doesn't she?
I don't know.
I think she does in the original concept.
Chat.
Chat saying now.
I'm not gonna repeat it.
Yeah. Well, there's a comment in there, and they're called Star Diversity. So
Still crying, chat? Question mark.
yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much. You can't please everyone.
Space Africa confirmed. Star diversity.
What time confirmed? That's right, gamers.
If you get around with that sort of haircut while you're a white character, are they going to cancel you?
Yeah.
Imagine putting a helmet on with the one all the way on the right.
I didn't hear you, Jump. Sorry.
Imagine trying to put a helmet on with the hairstyle all the way on the right.
Hmm.
Like
Be
really
hard.
long. Yeah. Shit.
Nice.
God damn.
How many cheeks have they made?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of falling asleep there for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah. 2953.
Well, yeah, they haven't really talked about the beard yet.
No.
No longer beard citizen.
There you go, gamers.
Nice.
Cool.
Asian heads. Nice.
Nice.
Excited. Granny Citizen. Shit.
Wow. What kind of alien was that?
Yeah, people can look quite a bit different when you take their hair off.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. More Squadron 42 teasers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm for 30K.
Squadron 42 gameplay.
The audio guy is getting fired after this. Based on the outfit that character is using, this is for Squadron 42.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh god.
We're going to see some absolutely derpy people here.
Oh yeah. We already
Elves
see some pretty
confirmed.
derpy people already, so.
What'd you say, Moon?
Elves confirmed.
Elves.
Elves, yep.
Star Elf 2953.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Oh, he almost said male or female, didn't he? Oof.
Someone's getting canceled.
Yeah.
Oh, freckles. Beards. Eyes. I wonder if this is quarter 4 too.
Shall see.
Yeah, he said this was a Squadron 42 demo.
Yeah, but they also said the hair update was coming.
Totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in.
If the hair's coming Q4,
Yeah.
they're gonna have to put this creator Q4.
Yep, that's what my thoughts were.
We have all the hairstyles.
It's coming
Scorpion, you're hot micing.
So I'm just
What do you mean?
There we are, beards.
Starbeard!
Wait,
Oh, I see
Beard
the Cisco
Citizen.
beard already.
Beard Citizen, finally.
Yay!
Mutton chops. Oh yeah. I Brown Citizen, let's go. Starbrow.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That's nice.
Goes like this.
She's looking at a bit of Chinese here, gamers.
Yeah.
That helped.
True.
I still need to narrow up a little bit, but getting good.
I'm noticing still there's no QR code or something for like
For what?
keeping specific character looks. Remember they were talking back in the day about putting in like a QR code?
Maybe things changed. Who knows? We don't know yet.
No, I'm just saying like yeah. I would have liked to see that. Especially for like people like us with the machinima.
Eye color is nice.
There's gamers Star Citizen waifu.
Yeah, right there. Ooh, makeup part. Interesting. Wow, that's very bright. Animated hair, huh?
The Karen look.
Either that or it's the Cortana look from Halo.
Mm.
Okay.
You already know where that's heading, right?
They have to do it
Oh,
though, because
boy.
if they don't,
Yeah.
Female dwarves confirmed.
Hey, that's a good idea. This guy really likes purple. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Christopher, huh?
What the hell?
Star Cheeks.
What the
Star
fuck am I
Cheeks.
watching?
You're watching Star Cheeks. Jared. Okay, that was something I wasn't expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jared deserves a raise.
Maybe he's already getting one. That's why he's doing so good.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Holy shit.
I love it. I love it. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Gib.
He's on the surface of a. Oh, a reclaimer. Nice.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Mm.
Lovely.
Wait, you can turn gravity off now? Oh, yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Yeah. Swimming?
Hmm.
Yay, ladders. I'm Batman.
Okay. Hmm. That's cool. Well, I guess they needed radiation for pyro, right?
It's already
Yeah.
in Pyro.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like on the test build, it's already in it. They're all playing. And so are solar flares.
That's cool.
Our character's gonna finally use lights properly.
That's cool.
What was that?
She gets a little excited.
What was that? Squadron 42 gameplay. Know how I know that?
Because of the uniform.
How?
Yep.
The gloves.
Yep.
Said in Discord, Squadron 42 coming to Steam leaked because of the Valve. Made it worse.
Run! Should have just ran through that. Come on. Nice. Yay. Looting screen. Nice.
Oh my god, yes.
Love that assault rifle.
Thank God.
Oh, I want that assault rifle so bad. Oh, nice.
Mm.
Yes. Oh, that's so much more better. Finally.
Does that mean no more partial mags?
Yes.
Oh, I can
She's
sit there
such a
and watch her the
nerd.
rest of the day.
She's adorable, but she's such a nerd.
Wow.
Oh, nice. Damn. Damn.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Love it.
A violent citizen now. So, did that dog kill him or just knock him out? That's what I want to know.
Oh, we knocked him the fuck out.
I mean, yeah. Ooh,
I think I know what
restraint.
this.
Nice.
Oh,
Yes,
Sneaky
we
shit
can
now.
finally arrest people.
Yeah, there's your bounty hunters.
Yeah.
kinky. What's the BDSMRP?
Oh, wow.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's very good.
Mm.
Nice. Oh, that looks so good.
Mm.
Nice. Now that rifle looks well used.
Jams. Mm-hmm.
Taking showers, doing laundry, and cleaning your guns.
All at the same time. New. Are we getting new FPS weapons, please?
Hey, John, how accurate was the jamming and unloading? He's mute.
Yeah.
It looked pretty good to me.
Hmm.
Nice. I do like my LMGs.
I think that's a picture of the new Bolt SMG.
Yeah. Nice.
Looks better.
Mm-hmm.
LH-86, is that the shotgun?
I think that's the pistol.
Oh, yeah, it is. God, that looks so good.
Yeah, things just shooting everywhere. Nope. New Volt.
There we go.
That's not Vault. Oh. Beam weapons
Oh.
confirmed. Nice. That's pretty nice. Oh, yes. Yes. That's what I want to hear.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so fucking good. I actually like this.
Nice. Beautiful. Nice.
Thank God.
Oh no, they're getting better than the John Wick. That's gonna be scary.
Hey guys, I'm going to move out to the lounge room, but I'll still be able to hear you and watch it.
Okay.
But also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the eye to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick-off box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the hyperception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So it needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate. And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, the Ines presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. An NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or saying a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier, and the navigation volume modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. You know, this is a safe environment. Still fighting, but safe. Safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Right, I want to thank Inesh, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
That sniper rifle sounds beefy.
It does sound pretty good.
Man, a lot of people are going to be getting fired today.
Why is that?
Squadron 42. Chris wants to show it off.
I don't think this is Squadron 42. I think this is just a pyro.
I don't know. I think this is this.
No, I think it is Squadron 42 too.
Yeah.
That sniper just sounds so fucking beefy though.
He's getting fucking high off this shit.
Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit. and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter.
Yeah, that was
Thank you.
Squadron 42.
Oh.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started.
Wait, they're going straight in to it? No odd lunch break? Okay then.
Lunch is after this one.
Oh, well, that's fine. Because I'm gonna sit back down then.
Time to look at Master Move.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's 2 things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There is a good chance for bugs, which...
Is he doing a live demo of Squadron 42?
It will be fine.
No, there's going to be master modes.
The second thing is,
Okay.
I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger.
So I'm not gonna say, like, Jesus Christ, they're doing this without Chris?
He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yes, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you, like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But you know, enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship, while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on. So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relax pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So, Brent, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat assessment.
And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying.
Okay.
So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Now we need that for the lightning.
Oh yeah.
Gold standard lightning one.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self-status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate.
My keyboard doesn't have that many slots.
And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not going to need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
Nice.
Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
I've actually started to notice that popping up in PU already.
For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards, we now added camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduced the extensions that that the look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with G-force reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Oh. Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still
Did you guys see
reach the
that?
speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something,
What's
I mean,
that?
depending on the ship, sometimes
A
1,000
distress
meters or 1,400
signal?
meters per second.
I missed
But
it.
all your
Yeah,
regenerative
this
systems,
popped up
so
on his HUD
regenerating
for
the
like a
weapon
second
capacitor,
before
the thruster boost, will
they
be inhibited.
turned away from it.
So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline
there
when
it
you're
is
hitting
again.
with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's
And we're going
physicalized,
through the station.
it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent.
Interesting. I like this
that.
idea. Ooh.
And take your hands off.
Oh, he's turning sideways. He's turning sideways.
Yeah. He broke it.
Damn. That's sexy. Oh, that's good. That's really good. I love this. I mean, this right here is like a completely different game now.
Yeah.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that.
You're dead.
During which time you're just tumbling, right? So, and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder.
Moon,
Okay,
you're
so
gonna have
show us how
a
it's done
busy
properly.
time in the future.
Now you know me. I like having the top end drives.
I know, but as a mechanic, you're going to have a busy time.
Oh yeah.
So now, quantum
You gotta fly it through quantum.
traveling will be more hands-on for the first 10
The
seconds.
button is locked. You can now go hands
Wow,
off.
okay.
Now you can go hands off. Okay.
Nice. I love this.
Oh, it's
This
only
is great.
So I was gonna say it's nice to be able to start my jump and then go get a drink.
Yeah. I mean, it seems as if it's only for the first
Okay, so
like
there's a
10
second variant of
seconds.
quantum travel,
Yeah,
and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere,
Once
and
you hit
and
cruise,
you see the
you're-
next point
you're
of
good
interest
to
is like
get your hands off
1,200
the
kilometers away.
Look
We're
at
not
those
gonna force you anymore
asteroids.
to travel
Yeah.
that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to... Oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there. Let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction.
Yeah.
You don't need nav points.
Finally! 360 navigation! No more rails.
Yeah.
Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now, please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to.
Oh, that's sexy. That was so smooth.
Yeah.
Welcome to Pyro 3.
Look at those markers. Oh, that's great.
Isn't that nice?
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
Somebody's got it correct.
Look at those shield effects. They're not bouncing off rounds.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters.
When this
Let
comes,
me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are chosen via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Bren is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Idris is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the Cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago?
Huh.
They were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the Cinch cannon back, but we make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and runner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... This is... What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn.
Wow.
The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. Right. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it.
Less likely.
But you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam!
Wow.
Red.
And that was with a gun. Oh,
okay,
fights are gonna be so much more faster.
That was
the front. That wasn't ballistic.
The thing you might have seen is
that the nose.
Brent
that was just with lasers.
With
damn.
size 3 guns
yeah, those are the
on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1
Fights
system.
are gonna be so much more quicker.
The reason for that is the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it.
No, because they're probably going to have to
next point,
like overhaul shields and the armor now.
If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore.
That's a hammerhead.
The weapons are going to have vastly different
problem is your haulers are going to want to get out of there.
For example, enables all the weapons now.
In order to do that, they're going to drop their shields.
Separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target,
that's why haulers need escorts.
Right? Your Ares owners know that.
Coming together.
You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosser turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent?
Ooh. Yeah.
Enable precision targeting mode?
He can't take it out because of the armor, maybe? Ooh.
What this does, it does three things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision. And you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Nice.
That is slick.
Bam! One turret down.
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay, so
Oh,
this hammerhead now
look at
understood that it's not good.
smoke.
It doesn't stand a chance right now. But this will be the way how you in the future will fight.
Oh, he's running. He's
against
running.
targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot.
A custom landing zone right there. You see that?
So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom.
A custom marker.
It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though.
Are we getting the atmospheric models
game
now?
Have bugs.
Yeah, look.
There's the re-entry effects.
Gonna go there now?
Coming in.
Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship. They do not like the they do like the vacuum
Well, you
of
can
space.
get re-entry effects
They're
currently.
talking spaceships,
You normally
right?
don't see them because
And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question: what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off?
Control surfaces.
Well, we'll see. Can you go to external?
Ooh, atmospheric flight, baby.
Can you waggle your tail?
Yeah, the freaking ailerons.
Rudders, aileron.
God.
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model.
Yes.
Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
Atmospheric flights and battles are going to be so much good now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases.
Nice.
Or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Nice.
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with the new system. So let's talk about the problem.
VTOL contest.
How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about 4, and then the thrusters will kick in and catch you.
But you can still hover.
That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over.
Oh, nice.
And you go forward again.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Can we see a VTOL?
Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point. Okay. Highway to...
Yeah, he's just a singing Maverick.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's our landing point.
To the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Let's go, baby.
Can become a little bit slower. I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
Water. Are we gonna land in the water? Are we? Oh, no.
Whoa, look at this.
Rooster tail, that's all.
Hey, rear camera.
Yeah, well, we got that already.
Yeah, that water's great.
Yeah,
like,
it's all
awesome.
time.
Okay, so now we're coming to a... so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
Should be fine. If they keep this up, I might have to actually buy some of VKBs.
And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by,
Dude, I'd recommend
by
it.
the landing
They're
gear.
fucking
So
awesome.
he has landing gear out, I think. Because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower. But you can, of course, like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now we're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't
turn off the canopy. Turn it off.
Eject.
And get out of the ship.
Too low.
And probably
Too
go for a
low.
swim or something.
On terrain.
Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us.
It's sliding.
It's moving. It's the wind, isn't it?
And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
The damn wind.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
Yeah.
Squadron 42. That has to be Squadron 42.
Well, let's see here. After
what
lunch
this
break, we have Living on the Edge, which is living conditions and environments. So that's your settlements right there.
Destination Adventure?
Destination Adventure, that's going to be probably Pyro, maybe?
And then you have...
down to the surface of planets deep into the underground. We delve into new interactions, missions, and gameplay. More coming to Star Citizen universe all over, on all levels. And then the closing ceremony.
Which is about 45 minutes long. Right? I mean, from 4:45 to 5:30, that's 45 minutes,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, you're going to have plenty of time for people to get up, get out, hit vendors on the way out. I would actually expect there to be technically 15 minutes for the closing ceremony.
15
and
minutes.
half an hour for
review.
But I do think in here we're going to have our Squadron 42 announcement.
Yeah.
Well,
he'll be in the closing ceremony.
So he said they will be back an hour from now, right?
Yep, that's the word.
Alright, well, I'm gonna take this time to run to the market real quick and go see my parents. So I'll be back in like half an hour or something.
Okay. Get out of here, Ferret.
Well, I'm not gonna leave, I'm just gonna meet myself. Bye, guys.
Later.
But he said he was going to mute himself.
What happened to gamers? Step away from it for an hour and be back.
They just posted on leaks that booth operators were told they're allowed to leave their booths unattended during the big reveal tonight. It's in 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's probably Squadron 42 release date.
Yeah.
Or something big.
Yeah.
That's the only biggest thing I can think of, would be the release date. Or us to be able to play it in some shape.
Yeah, that's kind of my speculation too.
Yeah.
About it.
Wait, so... Yeah, it's during the Destination Adventure panel.
Well, we already know that Pyro is going to start its PTU run Tuesday, the 31st.
Yeah.
So we know it ain't going to be Pyro.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be Squadron 42.
Yeah, that's the only, because they haven't really shown much on Squadron 42, other than maybe a few things, but that's it.
That's the thing. Most of these videos we're seeing, most of the gameplay and stuff, That's Squadron 42 stuff. That's not PU.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I know that. That's just like the stuff that's like everything's done. They're just showing us.
Yeah.
That, but so it's probably the release date Squadron. It has to be.
Yeah. And considering the two big things right now is the Pyro and Squadron 42. We already had Pyro. Mission. Well, that's part of the Pyro thing.
Yeah.
That falls under the Pyro category easily.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've already got that info. The only thing we haven't gotten yet is Squadron 42. As big as they're hyping, yeah, I would not be surprised at all if it's a release date, and I'm guessing about this time next year for the release.
Yep. Or hell, probably even midway, to be honest.
I think it's either going to be during CitizenCon next year or at the latest IAE next year. I really doubt it's going to be during Invictus, and it's going to be a big event.
No, I actually think it might be like launch week. Just think about it. Launch week was all as lore-wise basically signing up for the UEE Army. For the Navy.
Yeah, that's Invictus.
Wait, Invictus is at the end of the year.
No, Invictus is May. IAE is next month.
I mean, because it would fit in really well.
Yeah, it would fit in well with Invictus. I just don't think everything here has been on next 12 months basis. You'll have it within the next 12 months. You got the next 12 months.
But so that's I'm really more. Hold up.
The reason why I'm thinking they're doing that is because some stuff might be ready now. Some stuff might be ready in a month or two.
No. Listen. They just sent the message out. It's more detailed. Basically about that the booth thing. It says massive announcement concerning Squadron 42. So it's release date.
Yeah. But it's just, like I said, some things might be ready now. Some things might be ready in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months.
We'll find out.
But you've got
2 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah. I just think since they're saying the 12-month thing, there's some stuff that they're not expecting to be done for another 10, 11 months. That's why I think it's going to be about this time next year.
Oh my god.
I just can't wait to get the new Moby Glass.
Yes.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
And I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
Leaks is going absolutely bloody fucking insane, saying that we will 100% get a release date, and I say, if this
it's
isn't
100%
true,
in the cards. In other words, 100% possibility. And yeah, it's a possibility. That's for damn sure. Doesn't guarantee it's gonna be.
You see, did I already make a promise to eat a sock if this is real? Or if this is not real?
I don't remember. You promised eating so many socks that
We're already up to 3 socks. I think we
you're
can
gonna
make
be
a 4th one.
You're gonna be needing a couple of cases of Listerine by the time we're done.
Don't worry, I have my so-called socks ready to be cooked up and eaten. So, man,
Just do me a favor.
What?
Please, God, please wash them first.
Nah, just going to put them in their asses.
Oh, wrong one.
As they say, they are saving the best for last, eh? Hopefully. If they are doing a Squadron 42 reveal, do you think they're going to be dropping some more ships?
I don't know. That's why I haven't bought my Zeus yet.
Let me see. Let me start picking through my ships, seeing who's up for being redeemed for credits. See, we have 218 right now. Standalone ships. Who is up to be cut? The pirate Gladius? Possibly. I'm just gonna get rid of you now because I'm not gonna have any use for you in the future. I'm thinking my Valkyrie can probably be used up.
I'll be so glad too to get the new EVA moves.
Wow, that's really about the only ship that I'm actually going to consider, because everything else I have use for. Maybe the Orion? No. So the links can be used as a CCU. The Valkyrie I will probably use as a CCU as well. Well, we have 15 minutes till they come back, so wanna watch some more Netflix real quick?
No, a little busy right now.
Oh.
I went ahead and got in game, and I'm doing some pulling some cargo off of a derelict C2 right now. Got me 100 and some SCU of neon. That's gonna bring me a shit ton.
I have to find something to occupy my time for 15 minutes, but I'm so excited that I can't concentrate.
I hear you.
I never thought a video game would get me this excited ever again, because everything else is usually just a copy and paste of the next game.
Yeah. I hear you completely. I just hope I didn't piss off Scorpion too much.
What happened?
He ain't here.
He could be over with Pagan.
Huh?
He could be over. He could be over with Pagan.
Don't know.
No, that's what I can do. I could send him a message and see if he's okay. According to CIG devs in the Twitch chat, night vision is on the list of things that they want to do, along with the deployable shields for the get for PS. Nothing is being gated by Squadron 42 in the terms of features. All stats will be improved with AAA rarity system improvements. and we want EMP to shut down your visor and scopes. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know, guys. Things are ramping up pretty quick, aren't they?
The what?
Things are ramping up pretty quickly.
Yep.
So I sent Scorpion a message and he's not replying right now, so... I tried to make things better, so... Is Gamers back, or is he still gone?
Gone. He said he was going to go sit in another room, but he'd still be able to hear us. Whatever that means.
I know that he said that he was putting a rum in his pop earlier. Before,
what?
I said that I know that he said that he was putting that he was putting a rum in his Coke earlier before this whole thing got kicked off, so I'm pretty sure he's feeling a little bit good right now.
Who, Gamers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised if he's feeling a little happy. Five minutes. Music's hyping up.
I wonder if we actually get a trailer for Squadron 42, a new trailer with a release date.
That's what I'm thinking. Because, sounds like, things are ramping up over there. So, some more things from CIG devs is stealth gameplay is definitely going to be a pillar, and we will have a lot of counter to radars and mission gameplay, which is totally missing right now. They also hate a pay to win. CIG confirmed against pay to win.
Interesting. I was getting ready to lay a course, and all of a sudden I'm seeing on my map there's a quantum snare event taking place on Daymar.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah.
I think I shall avoid Daymar.
CIG did say that you can see quantum snares on the map now.
Okay, so if I can't go to Daymar, where do I want to go for this shit?
I just sent a gamer's a DM trying to get his attention, but I think he's also passed out. Too much alcohol can do that to a person, especially an Aussie.
Mm.
Here we go, guys. I think they're going to come back here any minute. So, according to the leaks, if they are correct, 6:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time, we will get a massive announcement concerning Squadron 42.
Yep. 44 minutes. Ow.
What's up there, John? You're missing all the action. Can't hear you. You're kind of staticky.
Ash voice in the background on the live stream.
Okay, well, so have you heard?
Yeah, I saw it.
Have you seen my ping?
Yep.
God, if this is true, I'm gonna eat a freaking sock.
I wonder how soon we'll be getting it.
No idea, but we will get something at 6:30 p.m.
Yeah.
I thought it was supposed to pick back up by now.
Ferrets in his bloody socks.
Fucking gamers, have you seen?
He's obsessed with eating socks.
Have you seen the ping that I put out?
No, not yet. I was watching on TV in the lounge.
You better. God damn it! You better check it out, man.
Which one? Huh? Where?
That's the general in this Discord.
Yeah, I gotta say, between you eating socks and Bart Simpson eating shorts, man, we're gonna be lucky to have any clothing left.
If this is true, you're gonna hear some some excited ferret noises coming.
That leaves me in a bit of a conundrum. Moons don't typically make noises.
Then you shall scream in space and then be silent.
So I was watching in the lounge room on my stream, and apparently I was up to an hour behind you guys because of YouTube can't fucking stream things. So I don't know how much of that last presentation I was missing.
I mean, you missed a pretty good last panel.
So I was watching it when Yogi was talking about the targeting, about how they're removing the Rangers, and they're now
So-
bringing into like accuracy.
So they're not removing ranges; they are extending
Yeah.
the ranges.
Yeah. I saw the new quantum animations that they're bringing in. God, that looks nice. It's like we saw the trailer.
Yeah. Man. Squadron. Not Squadron. The PU will be a completely different
game.
beast.
Yeah.
Once all of this actually comes out.
I remember someone saying something about that, about how the PU is going to be a completely different game now.
You know, that does sound a bit familiar, but I can't remember who said it.
I think all of us have said it at one point or another.
Yeah, I don't know if it's I can't. I
Welcome
don't
back
know.
from lunch, everyone. Hopefully
Oh, we're back.
Gamers, do you have an idea?
I have a vague idea.
you know who you are.
We're back, and ooh, she's cute.
God damn it,
But
Ferris,
for everyone
just
else, I
get
hope you
late.
had a
will
good
you?
lunch and welcome back. We're back with the CitizenCon show floor.
Man, that girl that T-Bo's was like a 5.
I cannot thank enough.
Oh, I was going to say 5's been a bit generous.
Love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have
you
been
know,
here on
like,
the community booth floor, whether you guys
with
have been
her,
in the theater,
I think
it's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see.
You're
from CIG.
breaking up there,
And
bro.
so we're gonna go over to a place that
C3PO.
makes everybody
Fucking
smile.
C3PO.
Soul Citizen. Now this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers.
God, I'm
maybe
already
not the
bored.
most polite
Diversity
people
and
sometimes.
inclusion.
So we
I'm
want to have
already
an org
bored.
where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your
Is anyone
experience
streaming right
having
now?
Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of
Is
all
anyone streaming
colors,
right now?
genders, sexualities, orientations? What's been
Ask,
your guys' experience
gamers.
being that,
Yeah, I'm
that
streaming.
safe space for them?
Okay.
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org.
Yeah.
What we are
Never
is a
mind.
group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity
everything is
into
about fucking
not only
race.
just
It's so
being
boring.
African American, but LGBTQ.
I'm bored with it
straight,
already.
Age, I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our
I
group.
just watched
male,
Squadron 42.
female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very
Although
supportive of
the
the
other
project.
panels do look pretty interesting.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. It's you guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be
Nice.
here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so
Nice.
we have signed this for everyone, for all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters
Retribution in the middle.
specifically from Star Jump Station because
Oh,
we
yeah.
love them. They're a great group and they've contributed so much to the community.
Gosh, she's big.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay loop. These guys are, oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well
So
as
I
our
have a
partners through
question,
the Alliance
guys.
Initiative, Beacon System Bot, or Abe's
Do
for
you
short.
think if CIG
And say that one more
manages
time, just so
to
everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
to
Alliance Initiative
pull
Beacon
all
System.
of this off,
The Apes
do you
bot.
think
I
the
love that,
CIG
where you can go ape
would have
for the Apes
redeemed
bot.
themselves
So what can we expect to see
over
from
the
Quantum in the future?
last
What do you guys have
5
next on the
years
horizon
of-
as your guys' org is expanding ever
I wouldn't say of failures, but of a negative.
So every time we get any type of
EV
information, we
events, I
always
should
try
say.
to think about how it's going to
I
affect
think
us.
you're being paying way
Yesterday
too
we
much
saw the
attention to what
fires
other
on the
people have
ships
to
and
say,
everything,
bro.
and we already started talking
Maybe.
about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal
Gamers,
so far,
yesterday
and we
you
are going
brought
to
up the
end our
point of,
last community booth segment for the day with
of Starfield, right? Like
Mhm.
how the coverage, like everyone thought it was great, but once like the games
Yeah.
media started running their pieces on it, that's when like the ratings went down on it.
Well, no, it wasn't so much that. It was all these YouTubers were, in my opinion, paid to shill it.
That's a nice model, man.
Oh yeah, that's nice. And they were paid to shill it, and no one was speaking bad about it until like weeks later, after everybody had already gone out and brought it. You compare the people that dropped their reviews of Starfield, especially when it was still like you pay the extra $40 or $30 to get premium access or early access. You compare the ratings and the reviews from then to the reviews and the ratings for like 2 weeks later, and it's just a huge night and day difference. And it's obvious the ones that dropped it after were more informed or weren't being paid shills. But yeah, that's my problem with what happened with Starfield, was the fact that it was a 7 out of 10 game. But if you had said that when it first was about to drop or dropping, you were considered a leper. Because, like, how dare you give Starfield a 7 out of 10? But to be honest, it is probably a 7 out of 10 rating for the game. Like, IGN got flamed for saying it was a 7 out of 10 game. And probably one of the very few times I ever agree with IGN was they were 100%
It's
right.
Jared. He's trying to fly.
Is that what you were talking about, John? Or
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just me. Like, I play the shit out of a lot of Bethesda games, but it's just what holds my interest. Although I can't really say I disagree with you too much. Like, the game definitely has some faults. I
wouldn't say, I don't know if it's faults or if it's intentionally being wound back to, you know, so that it could run on console, maybe? I don't know. Just things like, for example, the NPCs. You can literally walk into a town and fire your gun at an NPCs and are all around them, and they don't react. That sort of stuff makes me wonder if that's just them going through and winding stuff like that back so that it could fit on the console.
Yeah. Well, we also... It probably is that.
So one of the other
but,
players will do it
I
for
also
you.
have to question what engine limitations Bethesda's working with, too.
You mean CryEngine
Because-
Engine 2?
3 minutes,
Yeah.
guys.
Where am I going now, Adam?
Because,
Oh,
like,
you wanna make a left?
it's a fucking zombified Gamebryo engine.
No, you went too far.
From my
Yeah.
understanding, at least.
Let me, I'll
Or
put a pin in this-
Frankenstein.
We'll put a pin in this conversation because I need to go to the toilet.
environmental
But,
storytelling.
All right.
This
This is the
yeah,
experience
it'd be
that
an
you just walked
interesting
through.
conversation to have some other time.
Up here?
Or even when I
Yeah.
get back. Just give me a sec.
And
All right.
another elevator. All right. So what does
2
this say here?
minutes.
Do you know?
I can't read. I know that's rough and ready for the top part.
All right, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the checkmate station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody, and I don't know. Watch it. It's good.
Here we go.
Hi everyone. My name is Colin Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve.
Huh.
So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and, yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context, and here in this draw over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we established so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting,
these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah, versus more open spaces. When you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Adam will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we are planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also, this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into rates. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at SitCon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today.
Wow.
So, in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes, and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that, but that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
I just saw something interesting. The cranes were swinging.
Thank you. So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in 2 different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have 2 main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme. Cool. Thank you. So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well. So the Outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the Outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the Outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well.
Cool.
And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a small ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Yoo! We are French Canadian on the here. Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
That's huge.
They are using Squadron 42 music.
Makes you wonder if all these Squadron 42 references is a hint to what you posted earlier.
Maybe. We can only wait and see.
Bone.
Oh wow, yeah, snow. I still have not found that freaking green area on Microject. I was looking for it earlier today. Still can't find it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oil rig. Can't see a landing pad though.
Pretty cool, guys, eh? Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements into categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like. I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Hi, everyone. All right. So, welcome to Rust Stop Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states.
Oh, okay, abandoned.
Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned, Pyrotech Amalgamated, Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
God, they're huge, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder, lore-wise, why Stanton is relatively small compared to these huge stations in a broken down system.
Yeah.
So I think Stanton, the size
To create
of
a
it
richer experience from rundown stations,
has nothing
we
to do
have
with them
3
being
key
run
points.
down or branded.
So increased
My
reputation
understanding
gives you
with Pyro
access
is that
to new
they run out of
areas,
resources.
unique gear, and mission givers.
No, I'm saying
It also
the Pyro
relates to basic
facilities are
functions
so
such as the hub
much
clinics,
larger
which need at
than
least a
Sarah
neutral standing
or
with the
Everest
owners.
Harbor or any of the stations we have in
Combat
Stanton.
can take place anywhere,
Why did they make
including
them so
social
big
areas.
there, but make
Numerous
them
options
so
for
small
environment
here?
traversal and enhanced
Yeah.
environmental interactions. We
Yeah.
aim to include new
It wouldn't
substation
surprise me
areas
if they
such as the
go
workers
back
area,
if they
lower deck,
if they're
and maintenance areas.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it may have
These
been
areas will offer
easier
unique
to build
content,
their
more
new
environment
vision and new system,
interactivity, and interconnection.
get us all
between
in
them.
there, and then revisit.
Our
Stanton.
journey begins when the player arrives in the
Yeah.
entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes
Stations
established.
are what I would
Some
expect
shopkeepers will sell you
Seraphim
water
to
and
look
food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
They mentioned gameplay loops on the stations versus just gas and goes. So
Interesting.
Like obviously the real world reason is that these stations were obviously more optimized, so they didn't have to worry about the station size limits and stuff.
Was Pyro older?
Well, I was talking about in the real world reason. The law reason, I don't know if there is a law reason for it, but in the real world, obviously now the stations they can build now are
Oh, you mean the compute handling? Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. But it would be interesting to see how they just rectify it in the lore. Or if they even don't care and they'll go back and, like I said, revisit Stanton at some point.
Maybe.
Or is Stanton going to become the tutorial area?
Well,
where you go off into the
Stanton
rest.
always was the safe area where the newbies are supposed to spawn. But you're not supposed to stay in Stanton when you first join the game, because it's the sort of area where you, like you say, it's a tutorial where you learn how to do things in the safety and privacy of the protection of the UEE. But like if you want to make some real money and make a living, that's when you're supposed to go to places like Pyro or Ninx or any of these sort of places.
So Khan touched on reputation earlier. Let's see how that is applied to the stations. So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation,
have you noticed
you could
today
go
all the
through.
RPG elements?
There's no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver
Reputation,
through the station.
factions,
However,
all that.
you've got
It's
to
all
put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you
Looks like
neutral
this would be
reputation?
more expansive.
So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you can have to find an alternate pathing. Or you can have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you can probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways.
Looks like his vision is all the
modules
modern
in the station
gaming
are broken up into several traversal areas.
Sim, flight
As
sim,
with the other location
survival
archetypes,
sim,
we define these spaces as secondary
economy
or tertiary
sim,
routes,
all in one.
as opposed to the more official primary paths.
They're dubbed as a universe simulator.
Most modules are interconnected with vents
most
and
games
maintenance
focus on
shafts.
one or
These
two,
reward
but not
players
all.
with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These server spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
So, Fez earlier said that he wasn't going to step into Pyro until he got his Idris. Ferrets, is that still the case, or?
Well, we haven't seen Squadron 42 yet, now have we?
It's like I
think 42 is a lot closer than.
Yeah.
I think they've kept their lips very tight because it's very close.
Oh yeah. You can carry a slug.
Oh, you can eat it.
Ew, no, just carry it.
Oh, Wiggles!
No,
no.
Survival sim, dirt, sweat, poop, slugs.
Ew.
So the market is a social hub, and a good example of mixing social and gameplay
you'll
space,
eat
as mentioned by Khan earlier.
Yeah, I was just thinking
Another
that.
reputation gate can be found in the market.
Class would be
The
very
ground floor
happy.
is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved
Oh,
for
they
rough
haven't
and ready
covered
outlaws and their
procreation yet.
associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
And for anybody that actually read the scripts of Season 3 for the Machinima, you know we have abandoned area in the script. I wonder why.
Couldn't tell you.
So, is the war in 42 set in Pyro? Is
No.
that why Pyro's so
No.
destroyed?
No. The 42 is set 15 or 50 years before current day, I think. And
Well, but I mean, obviously, this has been destroyed. Something destroyed it.
But
So-
it's also set in Odin mostly.
So the reason why Pyro is as it is right now is because its main star started going supernova, and it's sending out.
So we have
a
entire
solar
abandoned stations
flares.
as separate locations. On top
like
of that,
every
there are abandoned areas within rundown stations.
so
That's like
often,
the ones you probably
and
see in the demo.
that's why
There will be
a
around
lot
15 of these around the Pyro
stations
system.
are now
These are accessible through
considered
airlocks and breaches and
lost
other means.
because of the
We
solar
aim to
flares.
enhance all the space
What,
locations
Pyro?
with a lot more gameplay
Yeah.
content.
Not only that, but also
Loot
the
runs,
materials and
exploration,
resources in the
creatures,
system died
missions
up.
of various types with PvE
That
and
too.
PvP content, just to name a few.
So people just basically
We're also
abandon
laying a
everything
focus on
because there was no
environment
money left in running
interactivity
those stations
with potential
anymore.
retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future
Well-
addition of security systems and the resource network system,
trouble with the writing for that
we will have
is,
the means to further improve the experience within these
haven't seen a red
spaces and
dwarf
offer new
die,
challenges.
which is the kind of start Pyro has.
With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in
Plus,
abandoned
they don't have the
stations.
mass to go
So,
supernova.
what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space
Apparently
stations,
trash.
with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo
Almost
the
looks
past
like
couple of
something
days.
out of Warhammer
That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
So that was interesting, but also
Hey,
a little
everybody.
bit boring.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's probably
good.
going to
We
be
are
less boring when we.
almost to the end of CitizenCon
What's that
2954.
shirt?
Can you believe it?
When you see it all together.
2 days?
Yeah, once you
Pyro? Starcloth? Star
Cheek
Hair?
citizens.
Star
Cheeks.
Citizen?
Star cheeks.
Yeah, they would Star Cheeks, but no Star Bust.
Come on,
All right,
Jared,
we still
stop
got one
teasing.
more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good.
Oh.
Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Oh, wow. That sounds fucking singer.
That rub right there.
Yeah.
You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports running their Fight and Flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports, and we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players.
Astropub's in the middle.
And of course, if you're here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume.
For who?
Yep. Cobra. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much.
I think it's a
everybody.
different
Watch
Cobra.
your step on the way down.
Gotcha.
All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend, and he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbreck, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
And he's gone.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So, this is a sign off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible. And you're going to love what you're about to see, everybody.
I hope so.
Oh, yeah. They've been doing big things with underground bunkers and shit.
I don't think it's that.
They
I
have
think it's
been
something bigger.
They have been teasing Squadron 42 all weekend.
My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers.
I don't see why not. I mean, it is his baby.
Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible.
Cargo trucks.
Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships.
Nice.
So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. You know, depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Let's go.
They seem to have grown in scale. Typical CIG. Everything
They
gets
say
wild.
these are only dwarfed by the cities themselves, apparently.
Oh yeah.
I wonder how long it'll be before we see these.
Yeah, the original scale, I would have said, probably Christmas, but now that they're a lot bigger, I can imagine it's going to take a little bit longer. Maybe Christmas, maybe the January patch.
We will find out.
I mean, it looks... Well, yeah, we'll see.
It's only grey box, keep in mind.
Oh, okay. Grey box, okay. I see. Well, you can pay out.
Which, it's still substantial.
Street End, or Star Street?
Yes.
Just put
Street
Star.
Citizen.
Just put Star in front of everything.
Buy a space sim to drive semi-trucks. Yes.
Star Corsair confirmed?
Space forklift.
Space buggy? Star buggy?
Space forklift.
No, Star buggy.
No.
Star container?
No, that's Star buggy.
I just wish we'd get some more ground vehicles.
I'm sure we will once we have use for them.
Yeah.
That was... Goddamn.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts and the hangars, and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. a reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
Gotta tell you what, this game is gonna kick every other game's ass when it gets finally released into like Alpha 1.0.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looked a little stiff.
He does look stiff. I think it's his first time.
Well, he does work for Grey Cat, so he's had the 1 year annual probe. So.
Oh. I think he's just nervous.
He's probably worried they're going to stick him in a rock and stick him in a cave somewhere.
I was gonna say that was a big bomb.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations.
I love me some
As
good
Carl
raids.
mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Flag.
Give you a purpose for a dropship.
Yep.
This is an engine.
Oh, nice.
Interesting little cargo sled there.
Yeah.
Potential for loading and unloading ships regularly outside of raids.
Maybe you can steal it? With a big enough ship, you can probably steal it, maybe.
I was thinking we're gonna have to do our own loading and unloading at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there could be sleds sitting, waiting for us to pick up and take to our ships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the NPCs. NPCs will also be doing unloading and loading as well. So they'll probably
as you
as
saw
well.
in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting
When we get our
inside
hangars, we're supposed to have
and
freight
taking what they
elevators,
wanted.
so we're going to
But
have
this
to have a
isn't
way to
the
get
only
the stuff
approach
from the
you can
elevator
use.
to the
The
ship.
Multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier.
That would make a
and
great
it
way
may
to
make
do
it
it.
easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path.
Yeah, versus having to
Now,
work a track for
reputation will
every little
also
box.
tie into these
Yeah.
raids. Missions will have varying
Well, and they'd
objectives
mentioned having
depending
a
on the
cart
player's
that we could
reputation level,
use to get
and dynamic
to and from. We
events
just
may
hadn't
also
really
be
seen it
triggered
yet.
during
I
the
presume
raid,
that's
so
it.
players will need to adapt
Yeah,
to an
that's gotta
evolving
be it.
situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend
It wouldn't
the
surprise me if there's
location
a fork
against
truck
you.
mechanic on the docks.
Something else we've been prototyping is how we
Containers,
can
the way
utilize
they've
the
loaded them
multi-tool to create
Yeah,
gameplay
if,
puzzles.
if you've seen,
Physically interacting
if you've
with the
seen
environment
the
around you changes
Drake
the
Mule,
puzzles for everybody.
it's a
With
small
multiple
little
add-ons
ground
for the tool
vehicle
available, you may have to get
that
creative
has
when
like
finding a
forks on
solution
the
to
front
the
that can
problem
pick
in
up a
front
window
of you.
CU box.
In this next video, we show you how using the track-to-beam attachment
Because it
can
looks
open
like
up
when
new
when
paths to
they
your
load the
objective,
ship, like they
and it's
load a
up to you to
C2, they
decide
load the
what path you can
32s
create with what is available.
perpendicular to the spine of the ship, like you would drive it on and lay it down with a fork truck.
Huh. Interesting.
That is.
Oh, parkour. Parkour.
Yeah.
Parkour.
That is.
And they give us boost packs, and it'll go even one step higher.
Then we could be hunters from Destiny.
Well, now they're going to give you. We got to move these things around and create our paths. That's a interesting thing.
I'll say that is one thing I did like about Starfield. Instead of just a
So,
full-on
yes,
jetpack,
thank
they gave
you.
us these
Now,
little
obviously,
boost packs.
It's,
That was nice.
You know,
Star
this
Citizen
location will
is
be possible
planning on
with
doing
several
something
people at
similar to
CIG,
that.
so
It's
thanks go to
imagine the
Manuel,
boost pack
John,
out of
Jack,
Interstellar.
Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here
Interesting
and
that all this
online
location stuff
watching.
has all been
Really
gray box
appreciate
only
your
so far.
support. On
So
to the next
not
one.
not Q4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends how fast they get through it, but stuff like that, I would say probably not. Probably Q1, Q2 next year. Those
Hello.
things are huge.
I also think that's
This is a good
another reason why
segue
a
from
lot of this
the
stuff is going
distribution
until
centres,
12
as I'll be
months from
talking to you about
Well, actually,
different
apparently
aspects
it's 2
of
years.
cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design.
Nubify did a video breaking it down day one, And
My
he said
name
it was
is
up to
Nick
2
Etheridge,
years.
and I'm an assistant environment art director.
Well, Chris Roberts
So
say
obviously
everything seen
cargo
here should be within 12
isn't just
months.
about boxes.
Yeah, that's
it's
what
a
I thought he
big
said
part of the
too,
game.
but Noob said it was
Almost
2 years.
every aspect of the
I thought
game
that
has
was-
some
no.
kind of involvement
No, he
with
said
cargo.
12 months.
And
Chris
we're
said
going to
12
briefly go
months.
through some of them now.
I'm with Moon. I heard him say it.
So,
I don't
let's
think
start
if
with
he stood up
missions.
there and said
How will
12 months
hauling
and then it
contracts
turns
work
into 2 years.
in-game?
Ugh.
We'll be introducing
Well, I gotta
the
admit,
Interstellar Transport
I gotta
Guild.
admit, Chris is notorious
As well
for
as
saying 12 months and ended
as
up
well as
being 2 3
formalising
years.
Oh no,
That's normal.
He legitimately said that Chris
some
said
of
it
the
was 2
main
years.
hauling and cargo
So,
companies
like I said, I
that
want to
you'll
go
be
back and
working
double
with.
check the video and
As you do more hauling contracts,
out.
you will build up your
he said 12
reputation
months.
and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo,
I was gonna say
riskier
we've never
routes,
had
and
perishable
more.
or hazardous yet.
So what do I mean by
I guess we have
hazardous and
blowy up
perishable?
Quantanium. but-
Quantanium's hazardous, yeah.
As you know, there's lots of commodities
there is,
in the game, and different
a lot of
commodities
these
have
that you
different
see here.
properties.
Yeah.
As you
Yeah,
know,
they
with
need
events like
stabilization
Xenothreat,
boxes
we
or
have some
whatever.
special cargo types. with
There
different
are certain
attributes,
missions where you go to a
such as
wreck and you have to
time-sensitive
recover boxes
cargo
that look like
or
this. They have timers on
quantum-sensitive
the top.
cargo. But
You
those
gotta
were a
get 'em
small
where
selection
they're going
for the
before
event,
timer runs out.
and they were
I was
the
gonna say,
two-handed carryable
I
types
never
anyway.
played it, but I thought
We'll be
'cause I grew
expanding
up-
those
I
types,
actually it didn't blow
plus
up. It
lots more
rotted or
types
whatever.
to the wider game
Can't
and
you
to
get
these
those
hauling
kind of
contracts.
stabilizing boxes in
So
your
how
own
does this
ships
affect gameplay?
where you can stick it in and stabilize it?
It will affect the choices you make
don't
when
think
you
so.
are
No,
handling,
not for those
storing,
missions.
and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight, is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a
there you
ship
go.
tractor
Types
beam?
of tractor beams.
Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to
Ooh, I
ensure
like those.
the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull sea, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later.
I think that's really the first time they've actually mentioned or referenced ownable habs and hangars
For
so far.
perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
Yay.
Yay.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars.
Yes. Yes.
I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
This is supposed to be coming next patch.
Oh, I would love it. Oh my god, I would love it.
Oh, look at that.
Give me my hangars.
Wow.
Nice.
That's kind of boring. You have to carry it yourself.
You can get NPCs.
Don't forget we saw that.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we saw that little cart. That could help.
They'll have to turn your guns back on in the hangars. Or is this a dedicated hangar? It's just ours.
We don't know
yet. Well, that's the thing. They had it for a little while. We could use tractor beams and hangars.
Yep.
I don't know why they turned them back off again recently.
I think it's because of trolling.
Probably.
There's a lot of
We're going to
trolling.
have to do it eventually.
Oh, there you go.
Trolling or no trolling.
There you go.
There you go,
There's
Mo.
our cart.
Yep.
There's our cart.
Finally.
Yeah. Run with that thing. Yeah.
Oh, good. You can huff it and get it done.
Yeah.
That's more like it. That's what. Oh.
Freight elevators do more than boxes.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, your ground
Vehicles.
Yeah.
Finally.
So that you don't have to go pick them up. Yeah.
Thank God. Now that's MPV right there.
Is that vehicle in the game?
Oh, and
they
you can
just
change
showed
out weapons.
Yeah.
Which vehicle?
They pulled out a big, giant 6-wheeled vehicle.
Yeah, it's in the game.
Yeah, it was the. Yeah, they're in game.
Oh.
Equipment.
So the first
seen
item.
yet that it. Ooh, they got that container in finally.
Yeah.
A medical container. Nice. Oh man, this is just so sweet. That was great.
Oh yes.
Thank you. So
Persistent and personal.
as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave.
Because what
from
they've
in your
said
ship.
is, as soon
It
as
will
you're
become
in
a
the
key
hangar
base of
and the doors are
operations
closed,
to
it
handle
actually
your
streams
inventory
it
and
out of the
storage
world,
needs,
and you're in an independent
and
instance.
you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself. Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you
magic
want.
inventory.
Yay.
This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles.
That's
No
what
longer
everybody's
do you
been
have to
asking
travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
Yeah. Thank God.
You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that.
Nice.
So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
I've heard it's quarter 4.
And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
Ooh, Todd Pappy. All right, Todd, give us something good.
What you got, Todd?
Come on, I can't hear you.
Who is this guy? Who is he?
All right, there we go.
Star Citizenship live director.
So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
We still haven't heard
Personal
about
outposts?
Quantum.
Yeah, we haven't heard. We got Quantum, we got Personal Outposts, we've got a lot of shit.
That's
really.
that's ground. That's outpost right there. Look, they're unpacked boxes. Trees are down.
Is this base
Are they
building?
bringing the expanse out?
Well, look,
That's
there's
the Hall A.
There's.
Are they going
Those
to
are
launch the
workers.
expanse? Are they going to release the expanse?
Land claim.
Land claim site. The base building.
Base building. I called it.
That's what I'm saying. Are they going to bring out the expanse? Isn't that the ship that does your base
Not
building?
The
expanse?
expanse. No, the Crucible.
Pioneer.
No, Crucible's the repair.
Pioneer.
The Pioneer, yeah.
Pioneer. Thank you. Are they going to launch the Pioneer?
Maybe.
Holy fuck!
We'll probably get a picture of it or watch it pop up right here. Building something.
I mean, if we have base building, they're going to have to bring out the Pioneer.
They're gonna have to, yeah.
You're gonna have
What's that?
generation.
What is
mining.
that?
Is that
mining? That's laser mining. Oh, laser mining. Shit.
What is it called? Vein mining.
Yeah. Oh. That's vein mining.
Oh, that's Starfield mining right there.
Oh, look at that.
Oh no.
Oh, and it's just create containers right there. Boom, boom.
It's gonna pay into it that it's building something.
Well, look, it's getting bigger. Tunnels.
Like a connector.
So you're saying, does something have to land out here that serves as the initial foundation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the Pioneer is
No,
a
the
ship.
Pioneer's a ship that technically builds all this.
That's a greenhouse. That is a greenhouse slash hypnotics.
It's gonna pan to the Pioneer, isn't it?
Yes, it's going to.
Yeah.
Just like you guys are predicting it, like the space whales and the cows.
We knew they were
Pioneer's the
working.
only ship that we
been
know of
watching
in
it for
concept
years.
so far.
Yeah.
We knew they were
Yeah, the
working on
Pioneers-
this. But
What's
this
that?
is a lot further along than
Medical.
even I knew about.
Hospital?
Yeah.
That's a little hospital.
Now
thing.
watch, they're gonna, what if they say, and it's in game starting tonight?
Nah, there's
I
no.
highly wish.
No.
Nah.
It's
Big
heading into it right
ambiguous.
now. Oh wait.
Oh.
Aww.
Pioneer?
Like I said, I don't see how they couldn't.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually gonna build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax?
All of a sudden,
Or
the
to have a
A2
trading post where you
all
want
of a
to
sudden
create
the
and
A2
sell
looks
items?
really scary because
Is it
imagine
to
you
gather
build a
resources
base.
available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient?
Are they going to be
So
attackable
with
by
that,
other players? I guess is the question.
with your prep and everything like that,
Probably, yeah.
we've got blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is
Blueprint and
fabricated from a
materials.
blueprint.
Finally.
Players
Nice.
acquire
I like
blueprints
that.
via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can also do research on it and then create different variations.
Yeah, researching
With
that's
materials
like
ranging from
Starfield.
the common to ultra rare, you might find
They use
them
the
at
same
the local
phrase,
shop
blueprints. I mean,
or have to
nothing
travel
wrong
around the
with that.
universe to collect them.
Yeah.
Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as
there you
well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate.
over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well, and then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air.
I like.
Players can disable the shields by getting close to them.
Oh, I'm going
and
straight to
destroying
lawless.
them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once
Okay, to be fair, I'm going to work my way up, but yes.
So from here, you've got the tool. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you've got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL, or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings.
I want that truck.
With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
Oh.
And then
There it
obviously with
is.
the Pioneer,
There it is.
Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
Station building.
Oh,
Nice.
Station building.
So from
yeah.
here, you
Now,
set off
we're
on
gonna,
a
we're
journey.
gonna have the Pioneer in the next 12
So with the land
months.
claim, you put your tool down where you want. You launch the drone that is
Look at
built
that.
into the machine. And then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to
Drones.
base building mode. So
Base
with
building
the
drones.
overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface. And then you can also
It's
place
like 3D
multiple
printed.
buildings before you actually build.
Instead of
So
things
you can
just
see how it
popping
will
in.
all come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge.
Nice.
Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Ships.
So
Yeah.
like base building mode,
Nice.
you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings
Nice.
can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated.
What about players?
You can do that
making
via
things
first
to sell to
person
other players?
or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's
Probably,
tool.
yeah.
Yeah,
And with that,
I don't
you've
see
got
why
different
not.
types of buildings.
You know,
You've got
kiosks
utility
and stuff.
style,
What if we
Base-
can-
garages,
base
freight
furniture
elevators,
guy.
landing
Yeah.
pads.
What if we could
storefronts.
build ground vehicles?
And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators.
Ooh.
So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power.
You could have an economy
Then
loop
you've
where
got
you're a
producers.
fuel delivery guy.
So
going
things
to
that
the
will
station.
require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. and then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators.
Nice.
And then the big one.
Q1.
We start development.
Holy
Q1.
Development.
Not
They're
bad.
starting development. Yeah,
That's me.
That's what I say.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming.
Well, you said
It's wonderful
they
to see you.
shifting resources from 42.
Yep. Big announcement. Yep. Chris Roberts.
Chris Roberts.
So does that mean
sorry,
that-
Dad. Sorry, Dad. Don't give us
We
something
got
good.
6
Come on.
minutes before the big announcement. 5 minutes.
So does
Come
that
on,
mean
Big
that
Daddy.
they're starting base building development in Q1, or are we developing the buildings?
They're going
No.
to start developing base building in Q1.
Yeah. So we probably won't get it till later next year.
I hope
Probably
you've
the
enjoyed
year
everything
after,
you've
in
seen in
fact.
these
Shirt.
last 2 days.
shirt.
We were
The
really excited
shirt.
to show you a lot of it.
Yeah.
Shirt.
It's a Squadron 42 reveal. Come on, baby.
And I've sort of seen
We've waited
some
so long
online
for
comments
this.
about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention. Not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that. To get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So
He just said that should tell you Squadron 42 is coming very soon.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to make you wait.
So we're
It's
planning
been 12 years.
over the next,
12 months, I mean.
Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully, everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen.
Nice.
Now, keep in mind, Chris has made these promises.
It's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of, because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
Nice.
I am not. You will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying.
A small video?
Small.
Come on!
To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Here we go.
We predicted there would be something for Squadron. We just had the wrong day.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Reminder that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel. Archangel. This is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
looks familiar.
It's showing.
Opening scene for the trailer is very similar.
For 2019 trailer.
No, remember that old video, or it might be it, I don't know.
Yep. This is leading into the 2019 trailer.
Yep. Gillian Anderson and what's his name are on the bridge?
Yeah, one.
Mark Hamill?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Like Gary Oldman? No.
Oldman? I don't know who yet.
Yeah. Maybe. Oh, it's different.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged.
Oh.
Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
Not
off.
quite like we all hoped it would.
It's all of the characters that they made.
We've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can.
They're going into war.
Stay safe.
Yep.
Your loving son.
This is when that fleet comes out of quantum.
Yeah,
right?
what?
Come on.
Yeah, like when those sensors start tripping, that's
Yeah.
usually a sign that the Vanguard.
God, look at that Bengal. A battle cruiser on the lower right, I'm left.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies.
Gillian Anderson.
I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches.
Like Starfields, NBC, some like.
Have you seen
crayons.
the F-8s up close?
I know.
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
Well,
12 maneuvering
there's
thrusters and
stuff
3
there
mains.
that's
It
better.
sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you
She
apply
knows
to the Flight
suicide
Academy
mission.
again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
Finally, Earth.
Oh my God, that's Earth! Manchester even.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio.
Oh.
I'm Chris
Oh.
Roberts.
God, we
Pleased
got
to announce
Oh,
that
we
this
got-
milestone.
got
Squadron
defeated.
42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
That's why they released the F8 Lightning.
Yep.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42,
Tyler.
which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immediately. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close.
Nice.
With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project
Whoa.
into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas
Boats
to
confirmed.
deliver the best experience.
Boats confirmed.
Boats.
Water.
Finally.
Janky, but still awesome.
Get out of sight.
That's what I mean. It makes it more awesome. Dirty janky.
This allows
Sorry,
us to bring
Oldman.
all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
Nice.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs.
That looks so good.
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental
God, it looks
puzzles
fucking
unique to
fantastic.
each location, while allowing
Yeah.
us to tell the story of the world around you.
I can imagine a number of game studio execs are watching this and going, shit.
Oh yeah.
Todd Howard on Suicide Watch.
The military
They're
multi-tool is
probably
an
like, that
essential piece of
upstart
equipment
guy
for every
did it.
pilot
Damn it.
that integrates all attachments into a
They
single
fucking did it
handheld
after
device
10 years. They
and
finally
allows us to
did
create
it.
really interesting challenges, including
But they did it
physics-based
without
puzzles
licensing other
using our
people's
updated rope tech.
Oh, rope tech.
They're all
Updated rope tech. Rope citizen confirmed.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing.
They could also use a rope tech from for cranes.
That is up in the back.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Oh, I can't wait for this game so much.
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provide you an
Nice.
overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
It's
We've
beautiful.
also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible
Yeah.
environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside
everything
our
I've
improved
always
AI
wanted and more.
that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
So the battlefield can go screw themselves.
Battlefield 2953.
I was going to say, but we haven't heard anything about armor. We need armor in the game, right? So they must have done it.
Maybe.
They mentioned armor earlier.
Did they?
Yeah, there was a bunch of stuff today about armor.
Did it?
Well, they had light,
Yeah.
medium, heavy, and
Yeah.
and the
No.
impacts of pilots. Like you couldn't be a pilot in the heavy armor. And
I mean,
Oh yeah, no. So we're talking about ship armor.
oh,
yeah.
No, not ship armor.
We
Cutting!
play and review the builds regularly,
cutting,
and call out action
yes.
points in each level from start to finish, and where we need to improve the gameplay.
Now kick it. Oh.
Oh, those are laser trip mines.
Yeah.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of.
Oh, EVA.
One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them,
Patching you in.
Game?
as it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created.
I loved the.
Ultimately, this is the final
interaction
phase of
talks
gameplay
today.
iteration before we fully transition
Oh,
into
and
optimization and stability
talks about how you
on the road to release.
grew up a jump.
What is that?
Trejo, this is Colton. Come back.
Planetary shield?
Yeah, to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried to
Terraforming?
explain how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come.
So we can terraform.
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase,
humans
we've
have
had
been
the
able
opportunity to
terraform
find
for a
additional
long
moments
time.
within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate.
David, how?
It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get
They
some
recapture
hours flying in the
Hamill and all those
cockpit
guys.
and whatnot.
Probably.
Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wild lines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in the cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Shipjackers.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today! So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push about.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Oh, look at that bridge. God.
Holy shit.
I guess the miracles do happen, huh?
Are we gonna see
Throughout
the
the
map?
polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Who's that guy?
Tell me you're expecting company.
Ah, Mark.
This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all
think
of our
he
big
was,
action, as
from
well as
Indiana
all
Jones.
smaller character sequences.
Yeah.
I could have pulled
Mark
this
Hamill?
off of the
Yeah.
Galactic.
No, not Mark Hamill, the other guy.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Oh, that's a huge change.
This is ridiculous.
Holy
How
shit.
so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras
Isn't that the same guy
thanks
that
to
also
recently
was,
crafted space vistas
Look
and
at
level
that.
art
That's a
being content
huge
completer.
change.
Be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a
Lord of
hellstorm,
the
Luke,
Rings.
one you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wakefield, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation.
It's the guy from
Welcome
Ready Player
aboard the
One.
Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
In
We got you flying with
the
Lieutenant
back,
Game of Thrones.
He's one of our best.
says a fine
As others will share,
unique presence.
this is the
in
most rewarding chapter of
Odin.
development, which allows us to
The onion
truly
knights from Game of
experience
Thrones.
the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Damn.
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
Yeah,
Never
spoilers,
repeat
Vega
again
doesn't go very
problems
well.
I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to
Sweat,
know.
dirt, crime.
Where's the one where
Yep.
they actually hold?
For the animation teams,
they
polish
try and hold
phase
Vega,
means
but they
refining the
lose. I think they
social
go back in
aspects
the
of
end.
Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its
I could
chapters.
swear there was a battle where Bishop managed to hold the
Here we're
Vandal.
dialing in the
They
hangar to
only
make
hold
it
it for a
as
few days, I think.
immersive and believable an experience as possible.
Damn, look at this. Wait, what? Oh, a freaking like air shield on the Idris.
Feel that. Anyway, I'm off. For example,
they do hold
we're
it.
launching off a space carrier, but we
But the
still
second time
ground
they
the
hold it.
feel in real-world actions, refueling,
Don't spoil
repairing,
anything.
and
Jeez, guys,
inspecting,
come on.
and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel
Here
part
we
of
go.
an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that. Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Oh, that was so cool.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97
Point the damn
is
thing at
sleek
it.
as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
It was loaded too? Are you kidding me?
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals,
more parkour.
running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions,
Nice.
as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
Okay, that's kind of...
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Into the neck.
As
Oh,
we continue
damn.
to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We've
That's like
shared
Vandal
glimpses
ship,
of
isn't
several
it?
environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover.
Terraforming station, maybe?
One of the main challenges the art teams had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to
That guy's the guy from Indiana
override
Jones I was talking
permissions,
about,
and,
right?
there's a lot involved in that.
Johnny
We'll
Davies.
have to-
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s
That's
sci-fi,
definitely not
but
human.
with a modern twist.
I was
We
gonna
want
say, we haven't
everything you
seen much
see
of the band,
to
Bill.
feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Idris.
Yes, that's the Idris.
Shortly before it blows up.
Yep. Exactly.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience.
God, that thing's so
when we're taking
beautiful.
some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions,
Yep, just before
or
it takes
even
a big
missions of
black
the more
torpedo.
eerie kind.
Oof. Frosted.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
What the hell is that?
I have no
Is
idea.
that a
I
new
know you're all
ship?
asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron
We didn't
42
hear
to
from
life.
Aaron Roberts.
And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud
right.
to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
So, take that, all you frickin' haters.
That's the cutter. Van Duel.
God damn, they look even better than last time.
Yeah. About having on fucking Suicide Watch.
Damn.
So that was them using the actual fucking cutter too.
So are they gonna have any ship sales now?
I doubt it.
Unless they're going to put the Pioneer on the store.
I've already looked, it's not on there. Chris looks so happy.
He does.
I would.
The hell he's been going through lately, I bet he's relieved to have this shit over with.
It's almost over
I had
with.
a big shit-eating grin on my face. Right now.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it. I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support, just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, I mean, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much. And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitcomb headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do. And they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
So I just want to say to everybody that said that Ferrets and I were full of shit when we said there was going to be a Squadron 42 announcement at CitizenCon, suck it!
So there were no capital ships. So.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to say, and John. Yeah, you, me, and Ferrets were.
Yeah.
Literally calling this what, 6-9 months ago?
It felt like that.
Yeah. How long ago were we saying there'll be a Squadron 42 announcement at CitizenCon? And I've been saying to people for months that if you were going to go to any CitizenCon, this would be the one because of the announcement.
Oh, and just like that, it's gone.
Yeah. I gotta hop on a call with a friend. But
Alright, I was going to do a wrap-up of the CitizenCon, but we can do it some other time if you want.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
are you gonna dip, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna dip.
Alright.
Just because, well, I have to get out. I'm trying to keep a schedule, so.
Yep, no worries.
You know.
No worries, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Alright. Yep. Alright, see you guys.
See ya.
Yep, see ya.
Alright, Moon, Scorp, and Ferrets. Just very, very quickly, what do you think was the highlight for day 1 and day 2? What things in for like CitizenCon were you like most impressed about? Suppose Moon, start with you.
Day 1, I guess, thing that I enjoyed the most out of it was that presentation on server. That was... I love the way they did that. They explained it really well, and even for people that really don't know much about how shit works, they did a great job of dealing that out. As far as second day, the combination of the hangers and halves.
Oh yeah, yep.
That just
Scorp, I know you're new to Star Citizen, but what did you think was the highlights for day 1 and day 2?
Well, I don't have, like I said, 2 weeks into the game, so you know, in fact, 2 weeks into even knowing Star Citizen existed.
So I would say better way of putting it then, I suppose, is what do you most look forward to in the game?
Well, I'm looking forward to the gameplay of well, actually, what I saw today and yesterday is what I was hoping Bethesda was doing with Starfield.
Right.
You know, I enjoy Starfield for what it was.
Yep.
As a Bethesda title, but I know technologies have shifted a lot, and I just felt like they dropped the ball there. Now I'm waiting to see what this delivers, but yeah, I what I see, they're gonna eat Bethesda's lunch. So
yeah. I do want to do a video in the future where I actually talk about V-Rage 2 and V-Rage 3 for space engineers. By the way, Moon and Ferrets, we have a pretty big update on V-Rage 3 for space engineers. I'm not sure if you guys are aware. And just how that, like, for example, like redesigning engines can go a long way, and sort of like what Bethesda could have done for Starfield.
Well, because I don't think it's profitable to compare a multiplayer MMO with a single player game, but comparing Squadron 42 with Starfield, absolutely game is on, and it looks like, from my perspective, it's what I would stop playing Starfield and play Squadron 42 as my role playing game.
Yeah, a lot of us. And look, a lot of us have always said that, you know, look, and that's the thing, right? We love Star Citizen, obviously. We've sat here for 2 days watching videos on it. But I was going to say, but at the end of the day, and even like people, even me, I don't hate Starfield. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's 7 out of 10. I think it has its advantages and disadvantages. I think it might have been overhyped, but yeah, I don't think it's a bad game. I don't think anyone here. Yeah.
If they'd have released it when they released the engine back, 6-8 years ago or 10 years ago, this game 10 years Starfield 10 years ago would have been as groundbreaking as Skyrim and as Fallout. But with what modern gaming is doing, they missed the mark. Yeah. And honestly, that was what I was afraid. I mean, when I started looking at Star Citizen, I was like, I've been around for 10 years. I wonder. Yeah, a lot of times when core systems, are dating, it's very difficult. Technical debt keeps you from replacing them. And, the buy-in, the weight behind it. But, as we were talking yesterday, the breaking from 17 to 18, 19, and 20 made major core changes. That's what a lot of companies are not willing to do. They're not willing to break in order to make the significant advances in technology. So,
and
fortunately, they were in alpha.
And due to the fact that it's also their own engine, they can always constantly keep updating the engine too.
I was hoping that was going to be the case with Creation Kit.
Yeah,
because that's what Bethesda's engine is. But
I think the big thing with Bethesda and the reason they don't update the engine is because, like we were talking about before, they've got publishers that they have to abide by. Mm-hmm. And this is where independent games, I know it's stupid to say Star Citizen's independent, but there's no major publisher behind it. So they can sit there and they can take the 10 years to make a single player game and the PU and but
well, when people were releasing mods that dramatically improved gameplay and visuals in Starfield the very next day, that's problematic for them. Yeah, go ahead.
No, so I was going to say, Ferrets, besides the Idris, what was your favourite for day 1 and day 2?
Day 1, my favorite was the UI updates. I also enjoyed the preview for Star Engine.
Yep.
I loved that too. And like obviously the like Idris and the Polaris as well.
Yeah, the fact that we're getting the Polaris in the next 12 months.
And then with day number 2, you have cargo decks and a base building. And like with Squadron 42, I mean, it's finally happening because like holy shit, I've backed this game for 5 years now and it's finally happening.
Yeah, it's been a long road, but yeah,
it's interesting. I heard people comment about, why all the emphasis on hair and the shaders and the graphics and the, and yes, the part that we even just talked about are gameplay mechanics that people want to see. But honestly, those details in Starcloth and the hair and the skin, that's what's going to set it significantly apart from its competition. It's that's what for me, that's what stood out. It looks polished, it looks current, it looks new, it doesn't look dated. You could buy a wonderfully made house that was styled 15 years ago, and it's going to sell for less than one that was styled modern. And it's because unless you're going for a specific kind of look. I mean, if you're doing stylized look, it's stylized look. But I'm just saying, when people say that a house is dated and you got to do a kitchen update, it's not because it doesn't function. It's not because it doesn't function well. It's because it doesn't look the way people want it to look. And so I think that, not to beat a dead horse, but on the Starfield comparison, that was my biggest frustration with it, is it looked dated. Sure, there's behavior dated too. I think the biggest thing for me with Star Citizen, and hopefully is the seamless transitions. I was, from a technical perspective, the service meshing thing, freaking awesome. There's no game that does that. Now, I mean, Destiny doesn't do it that way. They hide the transitions and people pop in and out magically. But this was seamless. It's shocking.
The only other game that I know that does server meshing to even a small fraction of this is a game that Fez and I and John play called Atlas, which is a pirate game which does it to a smaller extent, but even that is, well, the reason we don't play Atlas is because of the fact that the server meshing and the server tech is constantly screwing up and causing people to lose ships and stuff. But yeah, I don't know too many other games that do server meshing or stream in, stream out like what Star Citizen does. No Man's Sky is probably another one that does it. Elite Dangerous is another one that does it. But you know, they also have their requirements or minimum too. Like, for example, Elite, you can only have, I think is it 8 players or 16 players? No Man's Sky, you can have 32 or 64 players or something, I think it is.
What, in a private server?
Yeah.
I think it's a 25.
For No Man's Sky or for Elite?
Elite Dangerous.
Right, yeah. So, you know, like I say, you know, and Star Citizen's talking about bringing in thousands of players. The biggest thing, I suppose, for me was the server meshing tech. That shit. I almost had to change my drawers. The fact that you could also fire between the servers. I guess a lot of people, I suppose a lot of people have missed that. I haven't seen many people talk about it. But they were able to fire from one server into another server and affect the picos that were on the ground in that other server. That's going to be huge.
Because they've even physicalized the shots.
Yeah.
You know, that's crazy.
Because like that means, like, for example, your address can be one server, and then your other server can be outside the address, and then you're firing at the address and damaging it while that's on its own server. That's huge.
That could even mean that parts of the address are on different servers interiorly.
Well, that's true too. Yeah.
You know, it's I don't know how small they're planning on making it, but yeah, it could be rather. This will be interesting. I really, the other takeaway is I wish other, you know, game developers, tech places would do a showcase of their technology like this. It was really cool.
Yeah, it does make
they kind of laid it out, you know.
Well, that's what I was going to make a video turning around saying something along the lines of the Star Engine preview was not made for you or me, it's made for them. And basically in the video I was going to outline how that preview video that they showed, that's something that Chris is going to walk into every game studio and say, this is our engine, this is what it can do, and press play. That's what that whole video that he showed us, it's not made for CIG backers or Star Citizen players. It's made for every game studio dev out there who's thinking about using Star Engine. But like I said, at the end of the day, that's the big thing for me for day one. And day two, obviously, the big thing was base building and probably Squadron 42. But yeah. But anyway. Apart from that, is there anything else people want to talk about with like the past 2 days? I know there's a lot. I know we'll probably end up having to break it down a lot more into more detailed areas, but just off the top of your head, anything that anybody else wants to say about what they've seen? I suppose one question, Scorpion, was you always were worried about like Star Engine and becoming outdated. Has that sort of relieved a lot of your fears, or are you still worried about that?
I mean, you know, like I said, once we see it delivered, you know, and once we see it at scale, I think there was a lot of beautiful things presented, very promising things, but until it's at scale, and delivered, and then I really would like a commitment on maybe not Squadron 42 timeline, but like a rollout schedule of what's coming and what they're shooting for in Star Citizen. Say, okay, we're going to be rolling out, you know, the hair or the skin textures or this, and we're shooting for Q1, Q2. Like there's some of these things they listed as Q4. So what's Q1? What's Q2 next year? And what order are they bringing them in?
So, are you familiar with the roadmap on Robert Space? Right. So I'll send you a link for it. There is a roadmap. It used to be more detailed. They used to do up to 2 or 3 patches ahead. But they were, obviously there was times where they have to go through and reschedule things, especially when it came to like Q3. So now they only really talk about 1 or 2 patches ahead. I'll send you the link for the roadmap, because I think that's basically what you're talking about there. Message.
I was disappointed there wasn't a flyable ship today.
The only flyable ship that we got was a frickin'
Scout.
copy of a ship that that surprisingly is the most popular Drake ship, apparently.
I wonder if it's just because it's a starter ship and it's the one people pick.
Probably.
When they don't know any different. Because the veteran players on this call yesterday that saw it were all like, really? There was a big giant, and the worst part was is that I walked away from that event thinking it had the new gameplay attached to it, so it doesn't. So I'm not, concepts were, well, we got the A1 that just appeared. And then, I felt like, man, there could have been a little more. And like I said, I think Moon was pointing out there was like 13 or so ships listed. The little boxes they say they're in development that are coming. They didn't detail what any of those are. Just a couple.
Yeah, they did.
They went through every one of them.
Okay.
All 13 of them.
If you go back to the ship talk that they had yesterday, they had the silhouettes. Those are the 13 ships.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were
and
actually...
if you know the ships, I identified almost every one of those ships.
Gotcha. So that was dependent on people knowing it. Long time involved people. Gotcha.
So
now
we were actually.
I can sit there. There were one ship. It looks like a ship. It looks like a variant of a ship we already have, but quite different. There is 2 little hover bikes that never seen before, and there is another ship that looks like a big giant massive version of the Fury that I have no idea what is. Aside from that, I know what all the other ones are.
Do you have those 13 ships written down somewhere? Do you know what they were?
No, I don't, but I can go through them quickly enough.
Yeah. I was going to say we could probably actually do that. Because we were actually supposed to start doing this before CitizenCon started today, but then they started and we never went back to it. I was actually going to say to you before the show started, what were the 13 that you had? I was going to ask Fez what was the 13 he was having.
Because it's actually quite easy when you really know what the ships are.
Right. Okay.
Come on, get past this stupid commercial.
For someone in chat, time to cancel my Eve sub.
All right, here we go. I even had it damn near queued up. All right. Okay, pull my feed up here.
Yep. That. What stream? Right. Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing on the brand new merchantman. Okay.
So let
here
me
we go.
Through. Hang on a sec. Let me go through
wrong fucking. Okay, those 2 hover bikes I don't know what are.
Hang on a sec. Hang on. Let me put this on the screen so people. Discord, DIS, COR, Discord 2. Okay.
Now, if I can get one of you guys to keep count here, just to make sure. I'm pretty certain we have 13 silhouettes here. Here is 1 and 2.
Hang on a sec. Filters, let me just go through and crop this. Crop. Right.
You want to know something funny though?
Mm-hmm.
There's still been absolutely zero mention of the tumbler motorbikes.
Yeah, they didn't say anything about the tumbler.
Yeah, still no mention of the Rangers.
considering I
They didn't say
actually
anything. They didn't say anything about anything that has been slated to come out in the 21.x patch.
Or
The
21.
SRV, the SRV was not mentioned. The
Ship-based
Tumblr
tractor
Storm wasn't
beams?
mentioned. Ship-based tractor beams weren't mentioned. Yeah, nothing that is slated for the
They didn't demo
21.x patch. Nothing that was slated for the 21.x patch was mentioned at all.
What was that?
Didn't you say there's a show in November?
Yeah,
Maybe they're holding off some of that stuff that's immediately releasing for that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
I can tell
Are
you
we ready,
now,
gamers?
Not yet. I can tell you now the bikes are not coming anytime soon because it's relying on bike tech.
Yeah.
Bike tech, huh?
Yeah.
3 years of a development, maybe.
It's
Joking.
they basically they want to make it so that the bikes will actually sort of like lean left and right as you drive them, and yeah, they need quote bike, according to my source, quote bike tech for that.
I'm just surprised that CIG went light on the ship sales this year.
Well,
You got
considering-
AE coming up. They're gonna go heavy there.
Well, considering everybody's been going on about, oh my god, they're running out of money, and you know they're not making the money like they used to, and all this sort of shit. Yeah.
They always go heavy on IAE.
I know, but I was expecting a little bit more for CitizenCon though.
What is IAE their event, or are they part of it, or is it a
No,
bigger
it's their event.
beyond them?
It's the Aero Expo, Intergalactic Aero Expo. It's where like
So what's different about it?
So it's the
Every single ship in the game is represented.
Yeah.
Almost every single ship.
Basically,
No.
it's where they go through and I have to stop watching and read.
Is this live, or is this the in-game event,
Yep.
or is this like is there an actual?
So it's in game.
conference?
Yep. And basically, every manufacturer is represented at this massive event that they have. This great big expo.
So if you have the new ships, you can go tour them and.
Yep.
Exactly.
Have you ever heard of SEMA?
No.
You never heard of SEMA for the car shows?
Oh yes, okay, that.
It's SEMA. It's SEMA.
Right.
In essence, it's an in-game version of SEMA. Or Oshkosh, if you know airplanes.
Or a Top Gear, if you're a British.
Yeah.
Right. So those two
Parasite
there,
go.
those two. Do you think? What do you think those two are? Moon?
I have no idea what these two. I've never seen anything like those two.
No.
They are new hover bikes.
They're a hover bike of some kind. But that's all I know.
New hover bikes. And is that 1 and 2? Is it?
That's 1 and 2.
Yeah. All right. Yep. What's next?
Okay, 3, 4, and 5 is going to be three new variants of the X1.
Yep.
That's blatantly obvious. I mean, anybody that's seen anything to do with the X1, there's no mistaking. That's the X1.
What's the X1? What does it do?
It's like a hover
That's
bike.
Oh, it's a bike.
High dollar, high class hover bike.
Yeah, it's made by Origin, and it actually comes as a default ship for the 400i.
400i.
Yep.
It's a fancy
That
bike.
the hover bike hanger in the 400i, that was the bike meant for it.
Cool.
All right, you ready for next one?
Yep.
Okay, our next ship. That is going to be an Ursa or Lynx variant.
Hmm.
I mean, again, blatantly obvious with that one.
Yeah. Yep.
This is the one that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an Argo Cargo variant, I think.
There's something on the top. I think it's a tractor beam.
Yeah.
So that could be used for moving cargo.
Yeah, it could be the Ursa variant with the.
It definitely looks like as Sliver and I were saying last night, an anorexant Argo Cargo.
Yeah, I would say Argo Cargo. ARGO. That maybe has room under it for like a container
Well, that's
ship.
the thing. The Argo Cargo and the MPUV have pretty much the same chassis, just in that empty space here on this one is a box.
Yep. But that box is limited.
That
what
box
you
is
can
supposed
put
to
in.
be removable.
Right.
That box is supposed to be removable and interchangeable.
So you're thinking maybe a base variant of the Argo Cargo, maybe?
This is definitely supposed to be some kind of variant of the Argo Cargo.
I think this one is the one with a tractor beam on it.
Yeah. It's a tractor beam variant of the Argo Cargo.
Yeah, that's what I
Next. You're going to love this one. Welcome to your Apollo, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the Apollo.
Yes, it is.
Nah, that looks nothing like the.
The only difference. Listen to me. The only difference is the engines on the back are rotated 90 degrees for VTOL. We checked it out last night. It's got the flathead screwdriver nose like the Apollo has, very similar and reminiscent of the Connie. It's got the turret. This is the medevac version. This is the white Apollo, not the red one. Pull it up and look at it. You're not looking at it directly from the side. You're looking at it from about a 3/4 view.
It's interesting that it looks like there's boxes under it too, so... I'm not sure if that's under it or beside it, but it looks like it's under it, actually. Does the Apollo have a side ramp as well?
That's not the Apollo. That's way too long for that.
What?
If anything, a Nautilus maybe?
No. Oh, hold on. I'll show you. I will show you. Let me get it pulled up over here.
It's not the Nautilus either, no. It's not
the Apollo.
The Galaxy.
The Apollo medevac, the white one.
I mean, it. Hold on. Maybe it's the.
Okay, can you see the? Can you see this screen?
Yep.
I see it on Twitch, but that's it.
I see black screen with Twitch chat.
Black screen with Twitch chat. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get it.
Now it's the video with Twitch chat.
Trying to get
Hello.
It
to... Hello.
Hello, Sliver.
We're just going through the videos at the moment. We're up to...
Hold on a minute. I gotta...
8.
I gotta change this here real quick.
The way that I see it is...
Okay, what do you see now?
The Apollo.
That's the Apollo.
No, that doesn't match the body at all.
Look at this.
No, it does actually.
Look at this.
Yeah.
See this turret? See that turret there? That's the turret right there. This is the Apollo.
Like engine popping up.
What? Right here is turret. This here is the top of the engine, like you see over here. That up there. But this bump here is the turret from. Damn it, where'd it go? Here it is. Ah. Multiple screens.
I mean, maybe unless they redesigned it.
Well, you got to mind. Yeah, you could keep in mind it's put in white box, so it's probably moved along a little bit more than what we've seen last. So it could be it.
And engines move and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Articulate, etc.
I mean,
it's possible.
Instead
it's
of
possible.
seeing side on like this, you're seeing it at a bit of an angle like this.
Mm.
But this is the Apollo.
I mean, there's also the option that it could be a new ship that we haven't seen.
They've been making mentions of the Apollo. The Apollo's been put back on the board. They're working on the Apollo again.
We do know
we
they are in grey box for the Apollo.
And this looks so much like the Apollo.
You know what?
Yeah, this is the Apollo.
I think that's the Zeus.
No.
That looks more
the
like the Zeus.
The Zeus is out. We've
The
got the
Zeus is not out. It's in development right now.
It's in development.
It's it has the finished white boxing. That looks like the Zeus right there.
The Zeus's nose points down more. That points more up.
No. Better look at it again. I'm pretty sure that's the Zeus. The body is thin, and the reason why it looks like those engines rotate is because those are the wings that flip up.
So the Zeus is on the website. We do have a holo viewer for it.
Yeah, that's...
See how the nose comes down? See?
Nah, actually...
See how long and pointy this nose is? And how it comes down? This one comes up and it's short. Look how short this is.
Actually, no, I don't think it is the Zeus, just because the... okay, so I think it is the Apollo, but I think they've changed it to make it more RSI than what we originally thought.
Yeah, that's why I say the Apollo fits this a lot more than any of the others.
Well, to me, it's the Zeus.
Alright. Well, I'll put it as both, and chat can obviously debate about it. And
yep. We ready for the next one?
Hang on a sec. Ferrets says Zeus. What's the Zeus?
Z-E-U-S.
Z-E-U-S. Alright. Yeah. So... Oh. Yeah, hello.
All I can think of is massively overgrown Fury.
No.
I have no idea what this is. But
this is another Vanderbilt ship.
Look at how tiny this guy is compared to the ship.
Yeah.
Also, it's an alien, not a human.
Why do you say alien?
Look at his legs. He's got digigrade legs.
That's true, yeah. Maybe Xi'an ship?
I was thinking either... I don't remember if Xi'an have the digigrade. It's either that or Vanduul. I think it's Xi'an.
Xi'an or... what was the bird ones? The starts with T?
Banu, Xi'an, and Vanduul.
No, well, who makes the Prowler? Fez?
What's her name? Oh, Tavarin.
Tavarin, yeah. I thought at first, maybe the galaxy, but it's not hollow in the center. So what are we thinking? Alien ship?
Well, we've been getting a bunch of alien ships from their line, and they're going to keep focusing on those lines until they're done. Right now, they're mostly pushing RSI ships out. And then once they're done with that line, so that they can stay consistent with that, and they're not bouncing around between styles, then they're going to move on to the next ones. But these are also getting pushed out, like those the other ships. We got the drop ship. We've got the two types of light fighters. Some of the interceptors.
I'm just trying to see if I can get these fuzzy boxes to move and give us a little better look.
They did move a little bit, but I don't think it really helps much.
So here's a crazy idea.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of that one ship being the Apollo or the Zeus, what if it's actually the C1?
The C1? Oh, maybe. Can you go back to that?
C1.
Yeah, go back to the...
I mean...
let's see here. C1 was...
Maybe.
Manufacturer, Crusader. We do know the C1 is in development, but then we also know the Apollo is in development too, so...
Yeah, they both are.
It's too uniform of a shape from what the silhouette's providing.
Yeah, look
Plus
how
the silhouette's
straight
providing
that is.
ECM stuff.
Yeah.
Look how
It's got the
straight
antennas
that
along the belly.
And you don't have that sort of that tipping up of the wings or that thing on the top.
Well, that's because in this right here, the ship doesn't have a VTOL like activated, so the
Well, the cockpit
would be
the
flat.
cockpit's also not segmented off like in the silhouette.
We need to go back, I think. Oh, no, yeah. Did we? Yeah, that's it there.
See how the cockpit kind of has a head rather than being a uniform taper?
Yeah.
Along the belly, it's got these antennas that stick out.
Yeah, but I mean, the reason why I'm not convinced that it's that it's the Apollo is because it's too small.
Well, like I said, as far as that goes, the reason why you're seeing it small is because I'm just going to use this ship for reference here. Imagine it's the Apollo. You're not looking at it sidelong. You're looking at it like this.
How big is
So
the Apollo?
it disguises the length. The Apollo's pretty big, actually. It's a lot bigger
Apollo is
than some
43
people give it credit.
meters. The Apollo is 43 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 10 meters high.
So she's 40 meters, so she's about the same size as a Star Runner. Is it Star Runner or is it the...
Trying to think if they've got any decent externals. Because, yeah, the Hollow really doesn't.
I mean, unless they have completely redesigned it, because the
I know they did do a fairly extensive redesign just recently. They did. There was a video that showed it. There was a
Not to
video
that
that,
degree.
but there
They
was a
did
video
show it
that
off,
showed it
yeah.
just recently.
Right, and we also have like it hasn't been the silhouette hasn't changed that much. If anything, it's gotten bigger.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm getting at. The ship, I think the ship got bigger because they showed a video fairly recently that had a cutaway, and it was much bigger than I was expecting it to be.
All right, so
it looked more along the size of maybe a little bigger than a Corsair.
So, just to give you guys an idea, the C1 is 46.5 meters in length. And the Polo is reportedly
43.
43. So it's around the same sort of size. So, can you go back to the fuzzy image of it against the sort of the orange background and compare it to the size of the man?
Ooh,
Yeah, it could be
CIG updated the roadmap.
I just checked that. You fucking kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Well, they've made all their announcements.
Yeah. Normally they update it on a Wednesday.
Well, the new
I'm sure a lot of
announcements-
people left that show going, so what's the schedule?
So, some people have also told me that that ship looks more like Aegis, so it could be an unannounced ship that we haven't seen yet.
I could definitely see it as Aegis.
But yeah, at any rate,
The bit that doesn't fit with the Apollo is that line running down from the back center along the wing.
How many different people do you think are sitting out doing this right now? I'm just curious. How well do you know the community? Are there a lot of people sitting around analyzing every line?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what they're going to be doing for the next couple of days, dude, at least. That's what most of the streamers are doing.
We are very
And then everybody's
autistic.
going to make their hot takes, and then there'll be arguments
Oh, yeah.
about it. And,
Okay, so I
Yeah.
just got a picture from a friend, and I don't know. They think it's a spirit, but I don't know. Here, I'm gonna
Nah.
drop it in
spirits
General.
Spirits too straight.
Well, you guys tell me. All right, there's that a picture.
Yeah, yeah. Look at how straight the lines are on that.
It does have the
And you
fold up
don't-
wings though.
But you
So,
don't have that
Moon-
line running down from the
No.
top down the wing.
Guys, the squares are obstructing our view, but if you look hard enough, you can see that there's
Can you
actually that is actually sunlight on the ship's hull.
Can you see my cursor, Ferret?
Yes.
Okay. Sharp down here with a corner right here, coming back, bumps here and here, down, over. The spirit is almost a straight line, just straight line.
That looks like it's a turret under the nose too.
The spirit doesn't have these angles and the angles, bumps, changes in direction. Spirit doesn't have any of that. Spirit's
If
almost
anything,
straight.
this looks like another version of the Zeus.
Well, we thought about that too, and even the Zeus doesn't look like that. The Zeus is way too pointy.
To me, it looks like a smaller version of the Nautilus, so I'm going to say it's Aegis. I reckon it's an Aegis undisclosed ship. It's definitely giving me Nautilus vibes, though.
I'm gonna try something, and I'll let you guys know what I get after I'm done trying something. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Do 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 do. 150 SCU of gold. Woohoo.
Yeah, the Zeus doesn't even have a segmented cockpit, does it?
Nope.
No.
Wow.
See how the Zeus is just way too pointy.
Yeah, it's just a wedge. God damn!
Yeah.
It looks it's taking pieces from existing ships and then it's cobbled them together. So it's a confusing conglomerate here.
Do us a favor, Moon. Look up the Nautilus for us.
It's not.
Who
I
made
know.
the
Hang
Nautilus?
on, hang on. Just calm down, guys.
Who made the Nautilus?
I'm not saying
Who
it's the
made the
Nautilus.
Aegis.
I think it's
made
an
the
Aegis.
Nautilus.
Aegis. I'm not saying it's the Nautilus. I'm saying it's an Aegis ship. But have a look at the design language of the Nautilus.
Nah.
That's
It's
even
just
more
like the
wedge
spirit.
shaped.
Straight.
Mm.
It too straight.
Mm.
And too much of a blunt front end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did want this ship, though I don't know that it'll be helpful for me.
It's overpriced, I think.
Should okay, since Sliver already knows about the Squadron 42 being feature complete, and that was supposedly the big announcement today, should we go ahead and fill him in on the real big announcement for today?
Sure.
What was that?
I was absent the entire thing.
Do you want to hear it, Sliver? Do you want to hear it, Luce?
Yeah. Yeah.
They did a feature on personalized hangars and base building, including the release of
What's it called? The Pioneer?
The Pioneer.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bunch of ships.
They're starting development of base building in
Shields,
quarter of one.
air defense.
Mm.
Oh, and they even said building the framework for it, and they're exploring off-world building, like star stations.
Yep.
Oh, sweet.
Owned
Wait,
property.
star
Three
bases?
levels. Three
Yep.
levels of security. One that you pay for, and you pay for taxes, and you get security, NPC security.
UAE
Then there's
security.
yeah, you get it's
Low risk, low reward.
Low risk, low reward. Then there's medium, and then there's lawless, which is the highest reward, the highest risk, and you got to defend it yourself. And it and it's physicalized. It stays in the universe, doesn't it? It doesn't go out when you leave.
Yep.
So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, the base building looks amazing. I will say, I was like, whoa, yeah. I know my gameplay loop. And then we were asking, fabrication, blueprints, resource training, vein mining. There was so much included. Hydroponics, food growth.
Tell you what, let's finish these ships real quick because, frankly, tell you the truth, now that Sliver's here, I'd like to get into showing him all the CitizenCon shows from today.
Yep.
So let's hurry up and get past these ships here.
So
I want that too.
I've got Apollo, Medivac / Spirit for that ship. But just
Now
understand.
this one, like I said, no clue. The only thing that I know of that looks like this is the Fury, but that is way too big.
Yeah. Hey, so do you know
but
any of the alien races that have got those bent legs?
All of those have that. I mean,
Yeah, they're using the same character against all of them.
They're using the same silhouette.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you go back to the previous one, it's the same silhouette.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
We're thinking it's alien
Yeah,
ship.
I don't
I don't know
Actually-
because it's not really alien lines there on the side of it.
Look
Yeah,
at the
it-
back
it's-
of it.
it's-
It looks like it's
Yeah.
Banyu.
No.
You compare that to the Banyu Defender. It's similar at the back with the engines and.
I'd say it's more closely resembled to the Xi'an Cartual in its design flair.
I reckon it's another Mirai ship, just bigger.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Mirai.
That's why I'm saying Fury, the Mirai Fury. It looks like a giant version of the Mirai Fury.
Could be.
Who's the ones that make that cube carrying cargo runner? It sits on 4 legs.
Yeah. I'll have to look it up.
This seems of their style or similar. And I think that's Mirai.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Is it
it's
the
irrelevant.
Galax? The Galax, I think. Is that called the Galax?
Don't let me hold it up. I'm just on the
Yeah.
phone speculating here. I'm throwing wild ass shit.
That's alright. What's the next one?
Let's keep going.
Lynn?
All right. Legionnaire. No doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. That's the Legionnaire. Oh,
Galaxy.
Yeah.
That's the Zeus. That is not the Galaxy. The Galaxy is much larger than that.
You're right.
That's true. Actually.
Yeah. Well, I know Galaxy is in here, but yeah, this is.
That would be. Yeah, pretty sure that's the Zeus. Based on.
Do you remember what we said last night, Sliver?
That one.
Yeah.
That's the they tell us immediately after. It's the
Zeus Racing, right?
no. That's the bigger one. That's
Not
what was it
the
again?
Perseus.
No.
Pegasus,
And it's
Polaris? No.
Polaris?
No.
No,
that.
Polaris is the last one.
Oh, okay.
That would have to be. I mean, that's too thin to be a galaxy.
Yeah, it's not the Galaxy's later.
It does
It's
have
in
that
here.
sort of.
It's later.
It does have that flat, straight underneath.
But that's got the straight nose on it. That was the oh, what was the one with the nose we were looking at?
Are you trying to say that's the Spirit?
It's not the Galaxy.
No.
No, that's the Zeus. I'm pretty sure that's the Zeus.
Is the Zeus that big?
Yeah.
Did I close? There it is.
Zeus would be RSI, yeah.
That's a bit bigger than a heavy fighter.
Zeus isn't a heavy fighter. It's a.
Yeah, the Zeus is an explorer.
Mhm.
Zeus is an explorer?
Explorer, cargo runner.
They've got an
or-
Explorer one, yeah.
It's
Why
They've got a
there's
cargo runner.
I'm selling my F8 because that thing's a piece of shit.
Yeah, no, the Zeus is a competitor to the Freelancer
So the
series.
Zeus
See,
is
that's-
45 meters long.
See,
Well,
that's looking like that, but it's
Yeah, that's
looking a
a real
bit bigger,
close one.
really.
So you got to remember that square at the front is probably disjointing. Yeah, no, that's the Zeus, I think. That front square is
It's
probably
about the right size, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got the wingy bits. It's got the tapered wing. It's a Zeus.
Yeah.
I'll put that there. For the Zeus, does anybody that's purchased it know what the placeholder is in game?
A1.
A1, yeah. Then you
Okay.
got
There's your Retaliator.
that's
A
the
new Retaliator.
Retaliator base. That's
a new Retaliator.
No, well, I mean, it's not a new. It's the base version.
And that is the Polaris.
There you go.
Yes, but the base version is the newer version.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. There's my baby.
It's the one not in game, is what I'm putting it.
So, if this is
And
the
there's
case, if these ships are somewhat
That's the other one.
the right
Yeah,
ships,
that's your Polaris.
then we do not have the Galaxy in development.
No,
You're right.
because the Galaxy requires modularity, which we don't have.
So does the Retaliator base, though.
Yeah, the Retaliator base is the start of that modularity, and then from there we should be able to get into it.
Yeah, I believe the Retaliator base is the test bed.
Hey, I'll finally get to use my modules. Woohoo!
So we've got new hover bikes for 1 and 2, new variant X1 for 3, 4, 5. 6 is the Ursa or Lynx variant. 7 is the Argo Cargo variant with tractor beam. 8 is a Polo Medivac Spirit ? Whatever. 9 is an alien ship, probably Mirai. 10 is the Legionnaire. 11 is the Zeus Mark II. 12 is the Retaliator base, and 13 is Polaris. And I'm very disappointed because the Galaxy is nowhere in this.
Yep.
I wasn't a Galaxy. But anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't Galaxy. Oh well.
As for the roadmap update, Fez, that was the one that was on the 4th of October.
Yeah. Wait. So, technically, yes, but this is what I meant. The usual place, SC General.
New trailer just gone up for Squadron 42. I held the line.
Support gameplay.
So it was just the presentation video they showed already. Yeah. God, they got that up quick.
So this was updated around 1 p.m. our time.
So which part of the roadmap do you think was updated at 1 p.m.? Was it the...
It says
progress
tracker and release view, but release view doesn't show that yet.
Right. Yeah. All right. Apart from that, is there anything else we want to get into before I stop streaming, or did you want to go through and sort of catch loose and sliver up on the...
I want to hear their reactions.
Moon, you want to take it away? And
Okay. Either of you have any preference in order?
No.
And further embellish our...
You're no fun.
Present it to us logically.
Logically, okay.
What is this? Alright,
Not
well...
necessarily in chronological order.
Well, logically, I really don't know. Yesterday, I showed them to you just in what I was most excited about to least.
There's just so much.
That seemed to be logically.
I don't know if that would hold true today. But... Let me see here. Where did that schedule go?
See, this is what's frustrated me for so long, is that I know the game's progressing, and the technology that I'm seeing them use has been going far past what we have in the PU. But because of this level of secrecy around Star Citizen, due to spoilers, we haven't been able to touch much of it, if any of it. So, from our perspective, it doesn't look like there's anything being done, or there's barely anything reaching the game. But there's a lot being done. It's just held in the secrecy of Squadron 42.
Yep.
I don't know if it's being held in secrecy because of Squadron 42. I think a lot of it is just the fact that a lot of it is, while it is modular, it's depending on other systems. So, for example, they can't go bringing in, for example, just say Maelstrom. They can't go bringing in Maelstrom because to do that, they need to bring in the new armor tech. To bring in the new armor tech, they need to bring in this and that. And I think it's what they've sort of come to the realization is that, yes, we've got all this stuff ready to go. It's almost complete. We can go through and say, for example, just hypothetically, say 23 is a whole new code base, right? They could go through and add all of these sections into that code base and then start incorporating the modules. Then I think it's a case of it's like renovating a house, right? I renovated my place. I can't build the patio because I need to do the bifold doors. I can't do the bifold doors because I need to take down the window. I can't take down the window because I need to replace the other window that's over there.
Kind of. In the development here, though, we have it implemented somewhere working. So it has all its dependencies there.
Yeah. So what we saw over the past 2 days, I think that's the brand new code base.
It's sort of a yes and no on that one, because as Chris said yesterday, he didn't see the server meshing till 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. True. And they
so
did
it wasn't actually functional. They didn't have it functional till about 3 weeks ago, because I'm pretty sure he's the first one they would have shown when they got it functional.
And also, if server meshing is up and running now, compared to three and a half weeks ago, that would also mean new code base. Because that's massive core systems that need to be replaced. They would be a whole new core branch.
Well, I wouldn't really say server meshing's up and running now. What I would say is server meshing is going to be entering PTU Tuesday with Pyro.
Well, no.
And
let's just say the kinds of changes that I've seen today as a developer myself, I would tell you this is a major revision. This is not a point release.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If it's not in the game today, then it's got to be 4.0.
This is a whole new code base.
Yeah. It's got to be, so we're going to be shifting.
Well, we've always known that Pyro and server meshing is 4.0. We've known that.
Yeah.
So we won't have server meshing Tuesday because, if anything, they will be testing out a replication layering first.
Yeah,
they're already working on
these. I don't know that
they're already working on
the
replication layer.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think they can separate these technologies. I think they are going to be, all of them are going to come in pretty close to each other. Because if you look at the roadmap that I saw, they were checking off big core systems. Boom, 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 boom. And then we have the show today, which showed off all that work. And they're all required for 42. 42's feature complete. They're polishing up for Pyro. I think that the people that are going to be playing in Pyro are going to be playing with server meshing and with all of this kind of stuff in play. It's conjecture, but that's what I would do.
And Ferret, the replication layer work, that's what the 3.21 patch is. That's why we didn't see much change.
No. 322 is the separation of the replication layer. We don't have separation. No.
I could have sworn that's what they were working with 321.
So the 321 Mark II is the replication layer. What we have at 321 live now is not replication layer. The one that goes live on Tuesday, that is the separation of the replication layer.
Is that going live in the PTU first, or is it going live?
Yes, PTU.
Okay. Well, okay. So is that the PTU or the preview PTU?
That's the preview PTU.
Oh, okay. So okay, never mind.
Which
it's all the same thing.
It'll most likely be a PTU.
Sorry, I was talking from whether I can do it or not. I'm not a concierge, so I'm not going to get access. So go ahead.
Okay, PTU normally starts off with a group that they call Evocati. Evocati is a extremely select group of the devs with basically people they personally know and a few big names. And that's really it. They're under strict NDA and are almost an official test team sanctioned by CIG.
Yeah, just not paid.
They're basically the elite of the elite. Okay. Then after Evocati, it goes into what we call the waves. Wave 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, whatever. They've been screwing around and readjusting the waves recently, so yeah.
Be right back.
That is when it typically starts getting into the hands of quote unquote the masses.
However, yesterday they did say that the buy-in to the next one would be the digital goodies pack.
Right. That's why I'm thinking
random drawing.
From the sounds of it and what I saw on that announcement, they're not going to do a strictly Evocati patch first.
They may have already been doing that. That's the thing. They may have.
No.
So,
we see the Evocati updates.
Can I say something real quick? They said on Tuesday they will be picking from a pool which involves Evocati, a concierge, a digital goodie people, and the remaining of the wave. So
yes, what I'm saying is that is going to, in this instance of PTU run, at least, that's going to take place of the Evocati run. Once that is done, it is going to enter the standard wave format. That's how I read that message.
What they're doing, by the way, is they're load testing. They're going to have a smaller number of players. Then they're going to bring it. They're going to increase it. Then they're going to increase it because if it's bringing in all this new server meshing, they're going to need to do it in a controlled fashion. They can't have it get hit by 1,000 people at once.
Exactly. That's all the waves are. That's what the waves are for.
They're probably testing and scaling. They're going to so what do you do in these farms? You got to test auto scaling. How do we do it? At what point do we do it? And you got to have controlled numbers to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of just Evocati on this first round, it's going to be, as the thing says, utilize a random selecting process pulling from digital goodies pack owners, concierge, and our most active followers.
Right.
Followed by our usual wave process.
Yep.
That's why I'm saying they're not going to do an Evocati run this time. No. Instead of Evocati, they're going to do this select group of digital goodie owners, concierge, and active testers.
The traditional Evocati is not going to happen,
Right.
Well, they're included in this. Really.
Exactly.
Think about it.
I'm sure they will be, yeah. I'm sure, even though it doesn't say it here, I'm
sure
they will be.
It's not exclusively Evocati.
Exactly.
But
I'm kind of hoping I'll get it.
I'm just saying that's going to be the Evocati patch. They're opening up the Evocati to this. After this,
don't be surprised if it's an EPTU in the drop down.
Yeah, it's good. It's probably going to be on the EPTU servers.
Based on your experience, when is it going to be available to schleps like me?
Probably Thursday.
No, it won't be for Thursday.
Just 2 days.
Maybe Friday.
No.
Thursday or Friday, I reckon.
They'll do it that quick. It's not going to be weeks.
No, it's going to be weeks. I've been told by someone, not saying who, that expects the preview to be extremely rough.
Yeah. I really expect the preview is going to be very rough.
Yeah, like they literally said to me it's bad.
I would say, just do me a favor. Let's just call it Evocati just to make it easier. I would say the Evocati round is going to probably run 2 weeks, maybe 3. And then it's going to enter into the wave cycles.
And what does that mean? Is it the same people the whole time, or is it a wave of dot testing?
Each wave cycle adds more people. If they go from what the last stated wave cycle is, then it's primarily based on the concierge.
So, one fast thing that's not related to any of this, really quick. Before the Twitch thing went down, one of the CIG devs also confirmed that stations and ships will be craftable in game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I could build a Idris M.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
now I'll give you one clue as far as getting into the PTU. Subscribers to their subscription service get in on wave 1.
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay, there you go. Well,
For this, I would
$20,
probably subscribe. $10 actually.
That's $10. That's
For
$10.
this-
Oh, is that not? So what's the $20 level? Because that's the one I did.
That's the second tier subscription. That
Which
gets you
means-
everything that the first tier does plus more.
Gotcha.
But you
Yes.
still get
So, yeah.
access on the first tier.
Yeah, if you have any level of subscription, you're in wave 1.
Gotcha.
My suggestion to anyone who isn't subscribed would be subscribe for this.
Yeah.
But
CIG knows how to make money.
Yeah, basically all they've done here with this little announcement is they've opened up the Evocati section to select people from the digital goodies packs, concierge, and active testers.
And considering
They're trying
Evocati,
They're trying to reward some of the lower people.
Considering
Are there?
Evocati leaks like a sieve, I'm not surprised they're trying to do away with it, to be honest.
Yeah. Even though they're under NDA, you hear pretty much everything that goes on in Evocati.
Are there flames on re-entry?
Yes.
Yeah.
My bird's flaming as I'm going across.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
If you do not use quantum to re-enter, then yes, there's flames.
Okay. I was like, I'm getting ready to freak out here, like I was going to blow up or something. So.
No, you won't blow up. You just flare a bit.
I'm trying to find the green areas on Microtech. I've never seen.
You're
the
doing
river,
re-entry the old-fashioned way.
There you go.
The fun way.
Okay, great. There you go. The
And it's
Kerbal
quite
way.
pretty.
Yeah. I got some shots of the Reclaimer re-entering that way that are just gorgeous.
We got to saw some flames on the Reclaimer yesterday. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted to cry because it was going to blow up. that one was going down.
At least they spared us.
There was people in chat going, "Oh, that poor Reclaimer."
It was in its death throes. Yeah.
All I was
They shut
thinking
the
was,
door
get me my
out.
vulture.
And I was just sitting there, and oh my god, that music is so banger.
Anyway.
Then now I see why the lead composer was there. He freaking made a
Okay,
great song.
Okay. Where did I put that? Okay, Sliver.
Yeah.
Basically, we've got the day started out with the character creator.
Mhm.
Then it went into a bunch of additions for first-person gameplay.
I'm happy to see the character creator, see what they've done with it.
I was going to say,
character creator.
It's quite
did we get tattoos for character creator?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It's part of
the
a.
tattoos are not part of the character creator.
No.
The tattoos
Reputation
were
system.
supposed to be earned with the gangs.
It's faction. Yep.
Yeah, faction tats, right.
Yeah,
That you have to earn. Yep.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the higher level, the more tats. So you want to start with the character creator?
Yeah, rep-based stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be about an hour in. That was right on the get-go. Actually,
Now we're probably gonna spend all week now watching everybody process all of the information and to find all of the secret things that we missed.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, bro? We're going to be the ones processing the information and trying to find everything that we've missed. I got a whole week planned for you and John and anybody else that's interested in sitting down breaking all the videos down.
Yeah, I'm working on tomorrow and Tuesday, so good luck with that.
Haven't got any sound there, man.
you don't?
No, the tab's muted.
Scorpio.
Damn it, Moon.
Scorpio in game is your name Scorpion?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Scorpion 73. Thinking about changing it. I'm trying to come up with a name that I like
Try
better.
it this way then.
There you go. Should have got a friend request.
Cool.
Do this one. Here.
Let's see.
Okay, let me know if you get sound now.
Yep. That's working.
You want to just keep from here or start over?
We can go from here.
Keep going.
Yeah, I decided to use Verse Guide because they tell you how to get to places. You know, go to this OM, back up this many kilometers.
Oh yeah.
As I've yet to see any trees. Like the trees I saw were just like sticks, and there was like 2.
Mm.
Oh, I want to see the trees.
I don't have any audio for Moon.
I don't either.
You don't?
You
now?
might need to right-click on him and then either untick mute or bring the stream volume up.
Yeah, okay. That's it.
You can't cruise control in reverse.
Just map a flip direction button and you can use your thruster to go reverse.
Flip direction, what do you mean?
You can map one of the mappings you can set as to change the direction of your thrust.
Reverse thrust, yeah.
So you can thrust forward or reverse thrust.
Gotcha.
So that way if you're using a throttle, you can just punch it and you don't have to worry about cruise control. You can just control it using the throttle.
Oh, to do if you want to do a full reverse thrust, slow down kind of thing.
Or if you just want to back up too.
Yeah, if you just want to be reversing for a period of time.
Yeah, because you know that way you can see the kilometers from, like, it says point to Microtech and go backwards 1283. It's like
Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really
So
cool
people have already found pictures of the Pegasus Escort carrier from the new trailer.
So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the planet.
Check this out. This is awesome. How's that?
Right. Still gotta work on clippings and collision by the looks.
I sent a party invite to school.
wait a second. There we go. Getting ready. I'm making the final approach now to where I'm going.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations. And these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics. Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focus on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100%
Not
values.
on Microtech.
So to showcase
on the
this,
back side.
let's look at a quick example.
Flying towards OM1. Going after by the picture, it looked like it's best. It's nice and green. It is called Shantytown. I saw a river in the picture.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Yeah, this is all slow flight.
So in summary, Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
Yay!
So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing.
I'm surprised they didn't talk about overlords.
On closer inspection, you'll notice
Overlords.
I'm gonna
these
jump
signify
off.
rank and progression
Nice, Fizz. Have a good
within
night,
the
buddy.
gang.
Yep.
Let's take a look at it
Take
quickly.
care. See you guys whenever.
Yep.
Later, fair.
Oh.
Have fun.
Yeah, I figured at this point, until Pyro, I'm gonna just explore, make sure I understand the mechanics, continue to scrap, cargo a little bit just to get some more money so I can try some other ships.
You keep in mind with the PTU, any progress you make is not going over the PU as well.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, if I'm in the I know that, but it's, well, and I'm going to lose everything here anyway. I'm assuming that everything in the PU is going to get wiped at some point with the big drop.
You'd probably be 4.0.
Because I don't think I want to start Pyro for real with all the ships in the game already. That just feels OP.
Those tats look friggin' good.
I think they look absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the rough and ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the
I fly another 300 kilometers. The slow way.
New content travel should fix that, but
Yeah, the little burst. I like the fact that you can just kind of point it anywhere and do it.
tattoos,
The
like I
flying
said,
mechanics,
the
the
tattoos
flight
form
stuff,
a
that
progressive
looked good.
design.
They're made
This
a lot of things
illustrates
gonna
the
be a lot of
hierarchy
things tougher,
within the
which is
gang.
cool.
As a
Oh,
player,
and
you'll be able to earn
in
these
Atmo,
tattoos and apply them to your
you
character.
have to use the control plane, control surfaces. It's so cool.
yeah, it's one thing we didn't hear about this CitizenCon was control surfaces.
Okay, cool. The next
Oh,
gang
no,
we're
we
going to
did.
talk about is Headhunters.
Yeah, we did.
There was a
This
whole
gang is
demo on
also
it. Yeah,
located in Pyro,
we're gonna lose
but offers a
thrusters are gonna
completely
be.
different
He did a whole demo with stalling and the
More of a
flaps and
wasteland
ailerons and the
with
whole
lots of
thing.
personality.
Was that the demo
and
that
this
was
will
for
translate into the behavior types.
this
Now,
morning?
this gang
the
is
flight.
currently in production.
Yeah,
It
I
was-
missed some
it
of
was-
that.
Take a quick sneak
Yeah,
peek.
it's in there. A lot of
Yeah.
it.
I missed some of that. I had a little friend who decided to knock on my door and give me a wink and a nudge, and
Yeah, flight is changing quite a bit.
I need to go back and rewatch that whole presentation actually.
He talked about master modes. He talked about the trade-offs, and that if you want speed, and that you're going to lose shields, and you're going to lose weapons, and if you want, there's all kinds of lots of stuff in that one.
Yeah. Actually, when they go through it with Sliver here, I'll rewatch it with them as I'm watching the Titans here.
And the C2 Hercules flying in with the flames looks like a freaking phoenix when it's coming at me like that, just so on fire.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right. So they're looking awesome. Now the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see them here, right? Now I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support. And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Interesting.
So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to mild
Flying heavy armor in a snub fighter is going to be a detriment.
Yep.
So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time.
Time to take a shower.
Poor hygiene can lead to disease.
Hygiene's
Lowered
a thing
health
too. That's the
and
craziest thing.
snarky comments.
Will NPCs smell you coming? That's the question.
Hygiene indicates
They
failure
did. Yes,
if the character
you'll get
becomes
snide remarks.
dirty
Yeah.
Or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be
Yeah,
displayed
but when
on
you're trying to sneak up on them, will they sniff you out?
Oh,
Probably.
yep. That's
Certain
interesting.
usables, such as a shower,
I'm sure they will.
reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah.
You're gonna have to
I wanna
wash your
know.
clothes too.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to know, does jumping in a
Okay, so that
river or
covers a
something
quick
clean your
recap.
clothes?
On armor sets and hygiene, let's
Well,
get back to a video
They did talk about a
showcasing
whole shower
the Dusters.
mechanic.
Showers are
And
in
it
the
would
game.
And it would
have-
reset your stats.
Mm.
Then they said diseases would come with. If you
Hot
stay
tubs are in
dirty
the
too
game.
long.
Yeah, hot tubs and showers are already in the game. They just don't work at the moment. Could you imagine if you got like the tattoos that the pyro gangs got it in real life, and then you walked up to a club, and the bouncer would be like, "I'm sorry, you can't come in. You've got gang tattoos," and you'd be like, "Yeah, but they're computer game." That's the biggest disappointment. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? I did love those
let you
tats.
in because of tattoos.
Yeah, in Australia they won't.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's a gang affiliation, then no.
Around here, they get you in.
Those smoke effects, bruh.
Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various sterile settlements and wrecks in Stanton. And the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
Daylight. I'm gonna have to wait here until daylight. See a couple
And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show. Hello,
so
everyone.
the one thing we didn't hear about was Quantum.
Yep.
All right, so
What do
I'm
you mean?
Sean Tracy. I'm the senior director of
Quantum
We did hear
tech
about-
content here at Cloud
No,
Imperium
Quanta
Games
is
in Los
the
Angeles.
economy system.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said quantum.
So today
Yeah,
I
no,
want to
Quanta,
talk about
sorry.
Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now
Which
rolled
is
into full production.
concerning because
and
we
it's,
need to hear about
used
that
in
more
both
than
Squadron
anything.
42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous Cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action. Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs, they have to crouch, they have to prone, it's got to collide with the environment.
It's got to take a dip in the pool.
That looks really high. It is high.
It's got to take
And
a
go
freaking
sailing.
break.
Here we go.
It's time to push your limits.
Is that a buffalo?
The all-new Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness Adventure.
One of three. Oh, I'm going to take a pee break.
All right.
I'm gonna have to wait here until daylight. All I see is mud and a couple of trees.
What
No
the
grass.
fuck was that ad?
Microtech's not breathable, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to wear a helmet in Microtech?
No, as far as I know. Pretty sure it's breathable from memory.
You gotta watch your temperatures. But...
Yeah, it gets fucking cold, but apart from that.
One lone aspen and about 12 pine. Okay, no, an aspen and 2 baby aspens. So there is ground.
They're out there.
You gotta be on the ground. You gotta be walking. You can't see it from in the.
Well, the forests are out there. I've been there.
Wait here in this spot until the sun comes up so I can see something denser than this. This feels more like Iceland.
I'm back.
Alright. Ready to go on?
Yep.
And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics.
Ooh, floating grass. Yes.
Got that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. Alright, so how's it all work? Well, cloth uses 2 meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending with fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself.
Character creation only went so far.
So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary
Except they were going to change that.
Though we can.
They have talked about like height and stuff.
We paint a variety of properties,
but,
so some of these other
the
properties
reason they don't
mass
want to do a lot of it
or
is because is that
in the top right you can see an
certain
example of the old legacy implementation
absolutely.
using pendulums.
I mean, you know,
and this
cockpits
uses
are
joint
cockpits
chains and collisions.
Yeah.
But
you know,
assets with multiple layers, like the one that you can see there, or
when
ones
I went
like
to apply
skirts
for
or
the U.S.
gowns,
Air Force
they were
to be
really,
a pilot,
really difficult
I
to
had
do
to
with
be a
pendulum
certain height and
simulation.
weight.
But they are solved with
specifically height. The cockpits are made
I
for a
mentioned it's
specific
completely
range.
unified with the physical world, and what that really
But
means
the,
is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster
I get
backwash,
it.
all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so
No
much
love
more.
for us chunky
So
butts.
it's not just character movement.
Well, I'm 6'4",
Now, it's a
so don't
hyper-efficient
worry, I feel the
simulation,
same.
and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft-body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the
Back
most
in the day,
important aspects of
186
plausible
foot,
cloth
yeah, I was
simulation,
doing
and that's mitigating the tunneling
At
or
50,
the clipping
not quite
that happens
180 anymore.
through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in
Yeah,
mind,
I think
we
last
can
time I
do
measured
really
myself, I was
complicated assets
191.
like the Duster and the one I want to show you now.
At 6'4", that's your beam pole.
I'm 100 kilos too.
So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of
Well,
cloth
what's that
going on
pounds?
and
Sorry.
self-colliding between each other.
Don't know. I'd have to run it through a calculator.
Okay.
I'm not coming in for landing at the moment.
It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back. So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Pierce, who's going to talk about hair.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse? All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved.
Star Citizen hairdressers,
It's a
eh?
long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, first thing I want to touch note, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the Persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do. Okay, so it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right?
I was climbing down the ladder of my C2 and I fell out of it and hit the ground and took damage.
On the texture end, there was one change.
It fell out of the ship. I
What you
was
see on the top there,
on the top
approach
deck,
of a AAA game
climbing
would be
down,
to have
hadn't even reached the
true black,
second deck,
true
and it
white
went
on a
out of the
transparency
ship
map,
and hit the
a
ground
bit of
and
taper
took damage.
on
Yeah, be thankful it wasn't the Reclaimer because you'd have died.
That's what
Because
happens
the height,
99%
yeah.
of the games. Now at CIG,
Yeah.
we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course.
There was a
And,
whole section
we
today
came
on
to a
ladders.
realization.
I'm really looking forward to that.
The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker
guys,
enough.
I am
thicker
gonna go and get a
than
bit.
real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs,
Yeah, I love using
it's
leaves.
really thin, right?
I'm
So
gonna
it
go
does
to
need to be
Have a good one, Cameron.